wọ́n ní ẹni tí a ṣe lóore tí ò dúpẹ́ ó dàbí ọlọ́ṣà tó kó ní lẹ́rù lọ. Bàbá Ọbásanjọ́ ṣe mí lóore àbí kò ṣe mí lóore? Ẹ sàbí n bá rí ewúrẹ́ bàbá Ọbásanjọ́ ṣé mo gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe kàtì? No, mo gbọ́dọ̀ gba ọmọ rà. Ìyábọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ ó ní àkọ́so èso bàbá àkọ́bí ẹni ẹ, the beginning of his strength, the excellency of his power. Tó bá rí Ìyábọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ tó bá ṣe lòdì sí, leave Ìyábọ̀, leave whatever Ìyábọ̀ can be. But tó bá rí tó bá ṣe lòdì sí, ta ló ṣe lòdì sí yẹn? Bàbá Ọbásanjọ́ nìyẹn. Ìyábọ̀ is my younger sister. Mo jẹ́ ti sọ fún pé ibi tó bá lọ náà ni màá bá lọ. Ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́, ó yẹ kẹ́ ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún mi náà. Lecture tí mo give lánàá, wọ́n ní time tí mo lò yẹn kó kéré wípé àwọn ọmọ pé mo máa give lecture pé about sorry Twi language or whatever. I need to let's celebrate for the national coordinator of Cameroon is here, Professor Eta Arung Peter. Can you stand up? Let them see you. Yes, that's it. And the national coordinator of Ghana is here, Bishop Amwaku Erikwaku is here. And they came with their entourage from Cameroon. Can you rise, sir? Let's see you. Praise God. Okay. This is the picture of the program pamphlet. Can we look at it? Can we see it? Prof, sir. This is the program pamphlet. Now, the back of it, in the front of this program, can you tell me this building you are seeing here? I don't think you know the building. You don't know. That is Olusegun Obasanjo Library, OPN. Are you hearing me? So that is the essence of our collaboration. Even before collaboration, that's what we do. Then at the back of the program, you see conference calendar for this year. So the remainder of the conference is here. You see it. Who gets these program pamphlets? So this program pamphlet is free to all the awardees. Free to all the program pamphlet is also free for Olusegun Obasanjo. This program pamphlet is also free for all the NLC members that are here. So don't wait for me. I'm speaking. You're going to get it. They will give you free. We are in partnership. And with Olusegun Obasanjo, we are in collaboration, right? It's free. Now, if you want this program pamphlet, you need to consult Reverend Tunji Akitai or the National Coordinator of Lekki Nigeria. I don't know how much they want to give it. So, but if anybody is in charge, and all the registrar of the institute and all the faculty members is free for them. Praise the Lord. I will personally buy for I find it difficult to call him former chairman. I tell you, very, very difficult. And I must agree that he has so that I can really embrace the new chairman. Can you clap for me? So, our immediate past chairman of PFL have bought one for him, and our new inaugurated, the chairman of PFL, can you please stand on? Let us see. Please come, sir. That's Reverend Dr. Engineer Kule Ato, the new Pentecostal chairman of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. And his madam is here. Celebrate. The faculty member, perspective leadership, the registrar of the institute is here. Yeah. And then our mama is also there. Mama is above 80 and he still looks like 40. Mama knows that I guide my Baba, so I don't want anything to go. He knows I will Baba. Praise nobody. That's Mama Ogunremi, the one we call Princess Dr. Ojaronke Ogunremi is also here. And before we go, the national coordinator of LEC Nigeria is here. You saw him yesterday, right? Can you stand up? National coordinator, Dr. Bumi Ajile. Then the national secretary, where's Pastor John Akibodi, national secretary of LEC Nigeria, they are there. And can we have all the officers of LEC Nigeria plus the planning committee? Can you please stand up for recognition so that we can celebrate if you are here? Yes, I can see director of registration certificate is here, and the chief of staff is on chief of staff yesterday, and the deputy chief of staff is going on errand. So let's celebrate. The rest people are here, but they are very busy. Amen. Like Reverend Tuji Akitayo said, we are going to expedite. Actually, I'm not going to stay much on this lecture. Just I spend my time is watching me, and we have agreed. When my time collapses, Bishop Akitayo will come here and will take me away from the stage if I don't want to go. But I will want to go. Don't bother. Now, so what we are saying that we are going to fasting all that we are doing. Baba will be here in the next 1 hour. What's the time? The next 1 hour or thereabout, Baba will be here. But before Baba comes here, I think there was this arrangement that Honorable Oladipupo Adibutu will be here to receive Baba. And I don't know whether Yabo will come with Baba or she will come with Honorable Adibutu to receive Baba. We are also expecting to have a mathematical Shegun Odegbami is also going to be here. And one of the directors of Perspective is also coming. He is the one that will bring, lead Baba to this place. That is Engineer Dr. Oluwatoyin Joko Senome. I hope I have not left anybody out. Please, if I just take it that I don't remember, my children are here. Praise God. Yeah, you know him. That's Obawale and Obayemi. Praise God. Can you stand up to them? Wherever you are. Oh, yes. Praise God. You see that one is a little yellow and one is the other color, isn't it? Because Yoruba ni ẹni méjì ló ń bímọ, tọ́mọ ò bá jọ ṣòkòtò, á jọ yẹ̀rì. Ẹ bá mi pàtó fún àwọn méjèèjì. Great guys, you see them there. Love you. And my first child, my first son, I call him Ashiwaju. I remember the day I called him Ashiwaju, he didn't pick it, but his wife, I was hearing his wife behind the telephone. Down, so yes, oh, Monty Baba, oh, Monty Daddy, son. Very, very active and sensitive. So Ashiwaju that I mean that when you are talking about anything that has to do with Olushesi or Bateye, that is the first fruit. So is Joshua Adiola Ashiwaju or Bateye. He's not in Nigeria, he's abroad, but his wife is also here. Can you stand up? Let's celebrate him. Praise God. Yes, let me quickly come back to business. Dr. Adebutu, Honorable Adebutu is going to take doctoral award. And those other people that will take doctoral award, we have High Chief Olushino Akonde Ogundiemu. Praise God. By our design, he happens to be my aburo. Myself and himself, we have one Egmont, one brother, Brother Tom Ogundiemu. I don't know if Egmont will be here. Praise God. Tom Ogundiemu. God bless you, sir. Thank you, sir. So Egmont 1 year. So Emi mo tẹ̀lé àwọn Dagboro ó tẹ̀lé mi. That's our arrangement. They are also here. And we have Mama Becky. I call her Mama Becky. Mama Becky is the wife of my very close friend, with who fought the battle with me to make sure that devil did not prevent what we are doing today. So his name is Reverend Mrs. Benais Olushola Beckley. He said, Yes. Yes, yeah. So, but me and her husband was my prayer partner. I just want to do a back on and we fought the battle together. But Mama Becky herself stands out as a person. And when Pastor Beckley went to be with the Lord, Mama Becky became the leader and the general overseer of that church, and she has transformed the church. If you are talking about Odeda local government, she transformed the place. So when you are talking about Odeda local government and you talk about Kayode Beckley, I'm sorry, we are not taking over from the king. That's what at the extent, and the party restaurant is everywhere. God bless. And we have on there was this list Ogunye Prince from Ondo State. Okay. Prince Ademola, then the young man, and if you want to steal anything in the cyber, be careful. He's a cyber security officer. He will catch you. And then we have Pastor John Akimbodi, of course. Yeah, Pastor John Akimbodi is going to be here. So at the appropriate time, the registrar will do his job. So thank you. What I have to tell us is this. Let me not just open book. If you wake me up in the dead of the night and talk about leadership, I know what to tell you. Listen to me. What does this, what we are doing today, leadership, what does it represent for the African nations, and what does it represent to the world, and particularly Nigeria that is hosting the conference? Hear me. If any country in this Africa, in this world, is not doing right, the definition is the leaders failed. The leaders didn't do right. How do I mean? Now, who takes responsibility for the good and the bad, the success and the failure of any organization? Is it the follower? Who takes responsibility? Speak now. Who takes responsibility? This organization, as we are, then if anything happens, who takes responsibility? The leader. I went to Ghana one night, Reverend Amaku, you remember, I think year before, and the guest house that we are staying, the man took money from us and he didn't want to give us the service. And I said, Reverend Amaku, this man we know that Olusegun Obata is an international personality. He said, what are we going to do? Money, I'm going to police station to report him. When I entered Ghana legally, I stamped my passport either by road or by air. And we went to police. And about 4 country people are with me. And I went to the police. I said, Oga Police, I am Olusegun Obata from Nigeria. This is my passport. This one is from Kenya. This one is from Burundi. This one is from Uganda. This one. I said, every one of them that are here, their family know that they are with Olusegun Obata in Ghana. So if anything happens, I will be the one that will be responsible for the good and the bad. The man stood up. When I am standing here as an international personality, I'm Olusegun Obata. Call that man out. Things must change. Or else, I go diplomatic. They say, sorry sir, I don't go diplomatic. Why? Because I know if anything gets wrong with those people, who will they hold? It's Olusegun Obata. So all of us, the family, the community, the church, the mosque, wherever you find yourself, the corporate, non-corporate, anywhere you find yourself that you have 1 or 2 people behind you that you are leading, let me tell you, the success of that place depends on your ability to think right. Leadership is in the head, it's in the brain, the mind, and whatever the brain does, whatever the mind thinks, whatever the heart contemplates, is what is going to be the output. Are you hearing me now? So when you are talking about leadership, when you are talking about the nation, when you are talking about the state, you are talking about the leadership. So somebody will tell us that the situation in our countries in Africa, that let us not blame the followers alone. No, sorry, let us not blame the leaders alone. Let us blame the followers. That the followers too have fault. I say, listen to me. If you ask me, followers don't have fault. Who has all the fault? The leaders. Hear me? And at a particular time, I told somebody, I said, let's take Nigeria as an example. For any president in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Cameroon, in Uganda, Africa, for that president to succeed, hello, he must not be seen, his mouth must not, his hand must not be seen going to the mouth. I don't know whether you understand what I mean. If the man eats or attempt to eat from it, he will fail. Why will he fail? Because every other person that surrounds you, they are not interested in sort of what they are interested in what they are going to eat. So if they see you that you are not eating, nobody will complain that he's hungry. You don't tell a man who is not eating that you want food. Where does he get it for you? That's the principle. That's the principle. So leaders, there's this what I call Bathsheba syndrome. I don't know, they call it Bathsheba syndrome. What is Bathsheba syndrome? If you are a Christian, you may be familiar with Bathsheba. If you are not a Christian, I will tell you who the Bathsheba was. Bathsheba was a woman, and what happened to that woman? He married somebody who was in the battle, and the king, the president of the land, saw that woman in the bathroom somewhere, and he saw the beauty of this man. I said, okay, bring that one for me. This one will be my wife. And he called for her husband from the battle. And he told her husband, go inside, because he has slept with the woman. And the man, that man was more righteous than the president of the country. And he said, we are in the battle. I must not be seen to sleep with my wife. And the president said, he called the commander in the battle. Put him where he will be killed. Yes, he put him where he will be killed. And her husband was what? Was killed. Now, when the husband was killed, God didn't speak. When the president was going to sleep with that woman, God didn't speak. When the president finished sleeping with the woman, God didn't speak. When the president called the husband to do whatever, to manipulate, God didn't speak. When the president finished his work, God didn't speak. And when he has completed whatever I wanted to do, God now sent a message, a prophet to her. And that message said, so, and so. And the king made right judgment. The king made the right judgment. And the prophet said, may the king live long, my lord. You are the offender. You are the one that will be killed. And he collapsed. That is what we call Bathsheba syndrome. Who was the king? David. David was the king. That's what we call Bathsheba here. So what am I talking about is that why successful leaders fail. Why successful leaders fail. People who is already a king, he has succeeded. Who is a president, has succeeded. Who is a governor, has succeeded. Who is the chief executive anywhere, has succeeded. Do we still see those ones? They are failed. The leaders will fail if that leader is not in the right place at the right time and doing the right thing at the right time. He will fail. There's no way, two ways to it. So leaders, if you don't want to fail, know where you sit, know whom you associate with, and there are places that you must not be found as a leader. Can I tell you something? That may be very personal to me. It may not affect you, but hear this one. Anywhere you see me, let me take my car, for instance. For several years, for almost about 20 years to this time, I had a policy. I said, I don't want to be taken for this. The frontage of my car, the front seat of my car beside the driver, even my daughter cannot sit on it. If you are a woman, you can't sit in that place beside me. Are you hearing now? Who can sit in that place is only my wife. The people that are working with me, they know. You understand? And at a particular time, I told them, I said, look, this leadership empowerment, whatever, women are many. But Olushesi Obateye is not looking for wife. I say it everywhere. Reverend Amaku Ghana, I said it, in Cameroon, did I say it or not? I said, Olushesi Obateye is not looking for wife. So so that everybody can know their right. Can be put in the right perspective. I have a lot of women. That is leadership. I am doing what? Putting the boundaries. And you can't find me in any place that I sit so close with a woman. No, you can't see me. If I sit so close to a woman, maybe my mother's, Mama Ogunremi, Mama Pampa, and occasion does not even warrant us to sit together so close. Their share will be this, their share will be this, their that will. Are you listening to me now? So, if you see anybody, that's not my game. And I told them at the planning meeting, I said, this is my leadership standard. If any woman had heard my testimony, he said, this man, no problem, we will get you. If any woman went and planned that She Olushesi Obateye, you will fall, I will sleep with you, I told them point blank. I said, that person will die. That's a leader putting what? Boundary. There are things that you must not do as a leader. There are things that you must run away from completely. Know your friend, know your association. Is somebody learning here? If you don't want to be called a dog, don't be in the company of dogs. If you don't want to be called lions, don't put yourself in the company of lions. There's this passage that said, "Àgùntàn tó bá bá ajá rìn, á jẹ ìgbẹ́." Abẹ́ẹ̀kọ́, àgùntàn yẹn fẹ́ jẹ ìgbẹ́ ni o. Simply because he finds himself already in a place that you should not be. That is what is called Bathsheba syndrome. When leaders felt that we have arrived and I can do and undo, they put their hands in what they know it is wrong. Leader, you know that this thing is wrong. If you know it is wrong, why are you attempting it? I have seen leaders in this land who took office, and when they finish their office, when they finish their tenure, they want to put their leg on the head of the next person that is coming. No, leadership does not run that way. The moment you finish your tenure, the moment you finish your administration, do what? Depart. Let the person that is taking over your seat, the person that is taking over your seat, you are looking at me, I will interpret. The person that is taking over, let him breathe. Let him have his life. Let him have his government. Let him do what? Let him operate. Do not suppress him. And finally, before I go from this place, I want to drop this one. For the point that you help an individual, don't stay that individual must help you back. No, God doesn't apportion it that way. The Bible that I believe, that I read, says, love somebody. Is that not? That God is love. Love somebody. That Bible passage does not say the person you love must love you back, isn't it? So for the fact that you are doing good to people and you are expecting them to do good to you, no, don't expect it. Expect that that person will not do good to you. Let him go. Hear this one. That is a house that is called a home. I have told us at different places that place that is called a home is between the husband and the wife. Are you hearing me? If I tell you today that children are not part of that home, you'll be surprised. Husband, leader. I gave an example here yesterday that the husband is the head of the family. That's the CEO of the house. Then who is next? The general manager or the manager? That is the wife. And I said, the husband and the wife, the two of them are the board members. So when the board members take decisions, so what is the responsibility of the man? The responsibility of the man is to provide means. What is the responsibility of the husband? The responsibility of the wife. The responsibility of the wife is to do what? Is to implement. Okay. I saw that there is a diversion. It's okay. Let's celebrate Dr. Dr. Kamal Umar. Dr. Kamal Umar. Let's celebrate Dr. Kamal Umar. Follow them here. Dr. Kamal Umar is a ship in a Kano Emirate. Can we celebrate? Can we celebrate? He's in Abeokuta now. He's in Nigeria today and in Abeokuta now because of this conference. Now, can you celebrate? Please, somebody help me with this one. Pastor John, okay. Yeah. Help me with this. Help me with this. Watch this. Our leader, the director of the program, will give a little space so that Dr. Kamal can be able to speak in this audition. So Vision Savers Eyes Care, that is Dr. Kamal, that is what he does. Let me not talk about it. You give me a little time to talk about it. Yes, I told you that myself and Reverend Akintayo, we had a baggage, isn't it? That when I see him coming, I should begin to pack my load. I think I've been able to impart you a load, isn't it? Between the husband and the wife, let the wife know that the husband is the chief executive, and then let the wife agree that he is the manager that will implement whatever the decision that the two of them takes. That's about leadership. Hello? Maybe I will come back. Thank you. Let's celebrate Rakintayo as a coming.
All right, please let's celebrate the president's perspective leadership development institute PLDI, Professor Olushesi Obateye. Please let's put our hands together for him. We are privileged to have right here a man who has made tremendous impact and continues to impact lives, particularly in the medical sector. And he is a great encouragement all across the world. And he has brought a lot of hope. He has brought a lot of strength back to despaired lives. Eyes that could not see have seen, lives that could not be thought to live well is living well, and we're very glad that he's here today, live and direct. I'm going to call him shortly. He's going to talk to us. But ladies and gentlemen, join with me this afternoon to welcome Dr. Kamal Umar, Vision Savers. We want to appreciate you. We want to thank God that you are here. I'm still going to call you up shortly, but then we just want to quickly do some further introductions. The chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Ogun State chapter, is ably represented here this afternoon by the General Secretary of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Ogun State. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome our father, Elder Apostle, His Grace, Elder Apostle J.A. Adeaga. We want to thank God. Abba was here with us last year, and we thank God that you are still here with us today. We have a number of officials from the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. Of course, I've introduced the 9th season chairman. We've also introduced our Oga at the top, the zonal secretary of the southwest of the PFN. We also have some officials of the PFN here. I can see Reverend Mrs. Lawal there. We'd like to welcome you, ma'am. We want to thank God for your presence. We also want to welcome, I can see some people at the back. I don't know why it's the back that they've gone to, with the cap on their head. Those are delegates or invitees from the distinguished senator that is vying for the post of Senator in Ogun Central Senatorial District, Senator Professor Iyabo Obasanjo. Wherever you are, please just wave your hand or wave your cap and then give us your slogan if you have a slogan. Let's hear your voice. I can't hear your voice, please. All right. Thank you very much. We also welcome some of our awardees right here. In a short while, we are going to be conferring them with their various awards, and we want to look forward to that occasion when they are recognized. Join me also to welcome High Chief Olushino Akande Ogundimu. High Chief Ogundimu, wherever you are, sir, we'd like you to just wave your hands. We want to, okay, it's inside the hall. We also have Prince Ogunoye Ademola Benson in the house. Prince Benson, sir, we'd like to welcome you. We want to thank God that you are here. Of course, we have Reverend Mrs. Benny Solushola Beckley. Mama Beckley, once again, we celebrate you. And Pastor John Oriyomi Akimbode. Now we have the program here. We have very limited copies, and it's going for 2,000 naira per copy. So please, if you want a copy, you just signal the organizers or the ushers. They will give you your own copy. We also have a book that is going to be formally presented to us today, written by the President, a Perspective Leadership Development Institute, Professor Olusegun Obateye. That book is going to be formally unveiled when His Excellency Baba Olusegun Obasanjo arrives. At this juncture, just for some brief remarks, I'd like to welcome all the way. Oh, before I do that, we have delegates from Cameroon. They came all the way from Cameroon to be part of this. The national coordinator of LEC in Cameroon is also here. All our delegates from Cameroon, we'd like you to please rise up and just wave your hands. Please don't be afraid. You came all the way to be part of this. Please, let's put our hands together for them. They came all the way from Cameroon to be part of this. We have some from Ghana. If you've come from Ghana, Ghana and Nigeria, we are partners in progress. Where is Ghana? We saw the delegate yesterday. Okay, great. You're most welcome. Of course, inside Nigeria, we have people all the way from Kwara State. Those of us from Kwara State, LEC in Kwara State, we'd like to welcome you. And Abuja, I think I've seen Abuja here. Okay. All of you who are going to sit down at the back, is it by design? Please bring Abuja here. Let him come and occupy one of the seats in front here. All the way from Abuja. It's no mean feat to be part of this. Okay. We want to welcome every other person. Lagos. Do we have delegates from Lagos? Lagos. I'm looking like Dr. Kehinde Shogunle there. The former Commissioner for Finance in Ogun State. Dr. Shogunle, when I see you, I know I don't have financial problems. Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Kehinde Shogunle. We want to welcome you here. Was the former Commissioner for Finance, Honorable Commissioner for Finance in Ogun State. We would like to welcome you. We want to thank God that you are part of this. Of course, we also have people from Ibadan, Lagos. We have dignitaries from delegates from Lagos, Ibadan, and Ekiti. Wherever you are, just raise your hands and then just get yourself ready for an explosion here this afternoon. We also want to welcome, of course, the Executive Secretary, Dr. Ayo Arowojolu. By the way, he should have become a professor by now. I don't know what he's still doing. But please, let's put our hands together. The boiling point, he has a media interface that is doing so well. But without taking further time, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome, just a minute. All right. We sincerely apologize for that short break in transmission. We'll go straight now to the award ceremonies. You know, the awards presentation would be in categories, but it is not my duty to do that. There is a man who is saddled with that responsibility, and it's my pleasure to hand over the microphone at this time to the Registrar, Perspectives Leadership Development Institute, and is a man that of great height, Dr. Tunji Abiola. Please let's put our hands together for him. I thought those applause would be bigger and better. All right, you could see we were dragging some things there. Of course, we have right here the Serikin Fulani, the High Chief of Karai in Kano State. Dr. Kamar Umar is the CEO of Vision Savers. He's not going to speak yet, but I want Dr. Mustafa to please come. Dr. Mustafa, you are still going to speak, but not just welcome us. Let us know, just give us a little brief of what Vision Savers is, and when it's the right time, we'll call you properly to do that. But please, ladies and gentlemen, it's been here since yesterday, and it's been doing so well. Join me to welcome Dr. Mustafa here on behalf of Vision Savers. Just come. Doctor, just come, just come, just come.
Good evening, distinguished personalities here present, the leaders of this noble institute, particularly for deeming it fit to organize this program. This program is drawing participants from the length and breadth of Nigeria, from across Africa. I have heard that our brothers from Ghana are here, our brothers from Cameroon are also here. So I want to greet you specifically and welcome you to this program. Thank you so much. I'm going to talk about Vision Savers and what we do in due course. Thank you.
All right, so we're still going to have that long stretch of information coming from Vision Savers. Of course, that's when His Excellency Baba Olusegun Obasanjo comes around. And Baba is going to be here any moment from now. There's a time frame he has given us, and Baba works strictly on that time. Like I said, this time now, we're going to be doing the formal presentation of awards, and the leaders have gone to get themselves prepared so that the awardees could be properly decorated. But then we have the Honorable Commissioner for Finance here, Dr. Kehinde Shogunle. Please, sir, even if it's just 2 minutes, it's a long time since I've sat close to or I've stood beside an Honorable Commissioner of Finance. Just come and help us, greet us. We just want to hear your voice. Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Kehinde Shogunle. Just, okay? I don't want you to do it there. Just greet us, that's all. And I'd like to say that when he was Honorable Commissioner, he carried that office with dignity, with respect, and he did quite well. And that's why some of us are so proud and not ashamed to formally introduce him. So just greet us, and then you can then go back to your seat. Whatever you want to say, the ball is in your court. Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Kehinde Shogunle.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen here. Good afternoon, the convener of this whole initiative, Professor Obateye. I would like to commend him for the resilience, for the tenacity, and for the sense of dignity he has actually put into this. Leadership is a critical issue for us in this part of the world, and he has stayed to the cause of promoting the values and ethos of leadership. And that is why people like us at any point in time would like to identify with him. I know that today is also going to be another of those inspiring and insightful sessions, and I will urge each and every one of us to take something home today, something valuable about how we can lead our country, how we can move our country forward. There's a leader in everybody. There's a leader in us as people. There's a leader in us as managers of our family. There's a leader in us as management of our community, before we now start talking about local governments and all the levels of other leadership we have. So let us do right, let us deal well, and let us enjoy the time we have to spend there. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Please, let's put it together for him. I thought that applause would be bigger and better. Every year, the Perspective Leadership Development Institute grants or honors several individuals who have distinguished themselves in their areas of endeavor. These are men and women who at different times in the course of their activity in life have made tremendous impact for being a blessing to humanity. And that occasion is done during the formal presentation of awards. So it's my joy to invite the Registrar of Perspective Leadership Development Institute, Dr. Tunji Abiola, to please take over. And I'd like to say the process is that when your name is mentioned, you would come up here and you will stay here. Your citation will be read, and then the decoration will take on after that citation. So please join me to welcome the Registrar, PLDI, Dr. Abiola.
Thank you very much, the anchor person. On behalf of the Perspective Leadership Development Institute. I want to welcome everyone to this very, very great occasion. And I'm trusting God and believing God that in our usual ways, we shall not go back home the same way we have come. In the name of Jesus. Having said this, it is very important for those individuals that have put in their best in their various area of endeavors to be identified and be honored. A man named Niccolo Machiavelli said, and I quote, he said, "It is not titles that honor men, but men that honor titles." In the light of this, I'd like to passionately congratulate all awardees today. And as they are being called one after the other to step forward to receive their awards. The first on my list today and is to receive the Doctor of Leadership, honoris causa. Doctor of Leadership, honoris causa. And that is in person of John Oriyomi Akibode. Please, can we put our hands together as John Oriyomi Akibode step forward? We'll have the Master of Ceremony to present the citation of John Oriyomi Akibode.
Thank you, sir. We'd like the awardee to look at the crowd and remain standing. Pastor John Oriyomi Akibode was born to the late Chief Ezekiel Elegunde and Mrs. Joanna Olubumi Akibode, is a proud indigene of Ishaga Orile in Abeokuta North local government area of Ogun State. He began his formal education at Anglican Primary School Ishaga Orile and proceeded to Ansarudin Grammar School Ishaga Orile for his secondary education. He later studied marketing at the Federal Polytechnic Ilaro, Ogun State, where he graduated with upper credit in class. Professionally, he is an insurance practitioner and a pastor by divine calling. Pastor Akibode began his Christian journey at Reverend Fry Memorial Anglican Church, Ishaga Orile, and has continued to grow in faith, knowledge, and Christian leadership. His commitment to ministry has been strengthened by several Christian and leadership trainings, including the School of Missions and Evangelism, International Correspondence Institute, School of Christ Nigeria, various leadership schools, and Michigan School of Apologetics, United States, among others. Over the years, Pastor Akibode has served in several capacities in the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, where he is currently the Deputy State General Secretary. His leadership and service have also extended to the Christian Association of Nigeria, where he served as chairman at different local government areas at different times. He is currently the National Secretary of PLTI and Leadership Empowerment International Conference. Pastor John Oriyomi Akibode is particularly passionate about discovering, encouraging, and developing the potentials in people for outstanding performance. He is happily married and blessed by God Almighty. Mr. Registrar, it is my joy to present to you for the award of Doctor of Leadership, Pastor John Oriyomi Akibode.
Thank you very much. May I, at this juncture, invite the man of this vision, the president of the Perspective Leadership Development Institute, Professor Olushesi Obateye, to be accompanied by the faculty members for the decoration of John Oriyomi Akibode.
On behalf of Perspective Leadership Development Institute, in collaboration with Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute, I present this certificate, Doctor of Leadership DL Honoris Causa, to John Oriyomi Akinbode.
Please, can we have the family members, the wife and of Pastor John? Please, quickly, for this photo.
Please, let's make it snappy. It's okay now. The other ones, you take them outside. Thank you very much. Please, you can get back to your seats. Just take the quick one there. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for them.
Congratulations. Pastor John, congratulations there. Thank you. I am going straight to the next person, the next awardee. May I and I thank you very much. Thank you. You can step down. Every other session of photography can take place at the end of the program. Thank you. May I invite the next awardee to rise and step forward, Prince Ademola Benson. Prince Ademola Benson. Please, a round of applause for Prince Ademola Benson as he steps forward. Prince Ademola Benson, please. Thank you. I'd like to invite the MC to take the citation of Prince Benson.
Please, let's have some silence. I know we are congratulating the awardee. Prince Ogoye Ademola Benson, popularly known as Prince, is a seasoned information technology and cybersecurity professional with over 14 years of progressive experience in cybersecurity, networking, cyber infrastructure, digital forensics, and business technology solutions. He's a technology-driven entrepreneur with strategic information security professional with a strong passion for innovation, security intelligence, digital transformation, and the responsible use of technology. Over the years, he has established himself as a trusted technology leader committed to helping organizations, businesses, and communities navigate the increasingly complex digital environment securely and efficiently. He currently serves as the Chief Information Security Officer of Netmetric Indian of Information Technology Limited, having previously served as the company's Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer. His area of expertise includes cybersecurity operations and threat detection, incident response and vulnerability management, enterprise networking and cyber administration, digital forensics and cyber investigations, information security, governance and risk management, IT service management and technology consulting, and integrated business technology solutions driven by a vision to contribute to the fight against cybercrime. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration from Ekiti State University. He also completed a Master of Information Resource Management at Leeds City University, and his entrepreneurial approach combines technical expertise with strategic leadership with the goal of creating technology solutions that protect individuals, businesses, institutions, and communities from emerging digital threats. His professional journey reflects a commitment to excellence, innovation, security, entrepreneurship, leadership, mentorship, and service. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Prince Ogoye Ademola Benson represents the convergence of technology, entrepreneurship, security, intelligence, spiritual leadership, and social impact with a vision to build safer, smarter, and more empowered communities through technologies. Mr. Registrar, it is with joy I present before this august occasion Prince Ademola Benson.
Thank you very much. May I, at this juncture, invite the President, Perspective Leadership Development Institute, accompanied by the faculty members, to decorate Prince Ademola Benson with this award. The President, sir, presentation of the certificate to
On behalf of our Spectator Experiment Institute and Collaborative Theatre of Africa, I present this certificate honoring Dr. Adelashi, honorary factor, to Prince Ademola Benson.
is your wife here? Please, can we have the wife to Please, the wife should please step forward and take a picture very quickly.
All right, please, let's be careful on that platform.
Thank you very much. Now the next awardee on my list is Bernice Olushola Beckley, Doctor of Leadership, honoris causa. Please, a round of applause for Olushola Beckley, please. May I invite the Master of Ceremony for a brief citation of Bernice Olushola Beckley.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Reverend Mrs. Bernice Olushola Beckley is a seasoned educationist, an ordained minister of the gospel, administrator, mentor, and visionary leader whose life has been devoted to advancing quality education and the kingdom of God through teaching, leadership, and Christian ministry. Born with a passion for education and service, she obtained her first school leaving certificate before pursuing further academic and ministerial training. Her career in education spans over 4 decades, during which she served with distinction in several public secondary schools across Ogun State. Her teaching and administrative experience includes her service as school teacher across several secondary schools in the state, which eventually culminated into the position of vice principal in NUT Grammar School in Ogun State. Beyond her distinguished educational service, Reverend Mrs. Beckley is the president and general overseer of Path Restorer Bible Church, providing visionary leadership and spiritual oversight. She's also director of Path Restorer Bible College, where she trains ministers and Christian leaders for effective service. In addition, she is the proprietress of Beckley's Nursery and Primary School, where she combines quality education with Christian values. As president of Kalesomi Savings Scheme, she has provided leadership that promotes financial discipline, mutual support, and economic empowerment. She is also an active member of the Unity Club, which mentors young people and families, supports humanitarian programs, and is widely respected for promoting peace, moral values, education, and community development. She is married to late Reverend Samuel Kayode Beckley, and their union was blessed with children. Her life reflects faith, integrity, excellence, and selfless service. She is a woman of integrity, compassion, wisdom, and unwavering faith. Reverend Mrs. Beckley has dedicated her life to serving God and humanity through education, ministry, leadership, and mentorship. Her legacy continues to inspire generations of teachers, ministers, students, and Christian leaders, and she remains committed to transforming lives through the Word of God, quality education, and exemplary leadership. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with joy, I present Reverend Mrs. Bernice Olushola Beckley.
Thank you very much. Please, if you are clapping, please put your hands together for a very laudable profiling. I'd like to invite the faculty members now for the decoration, while the president steps forward for the presentation of this certificate.
On behalf of Perspective Leadership Development Institute, collaboration with the Global Leadership Institute, we send the Doctor of Leadership here to honor this council to Benas, Benais, Olushola, Beckley.
Please, can we have the families and friends quickly for group photograph? Yeah, congratulations. I want to move straight to the next.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for members of faculty as they get back to their seats. We'll still call you on again. Please don't be tired of us. Just be careful on that platform there. Thank you. Please let's put our hands together for them. I remember very vividly that last year I was also honored with an award here. So we'd like to congratulate all the ones who have been formally recognized now. We're still going to do one or two more before we close. But now, join me to welcome the President of Perspective Leadership Development Institute, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Professor Olushesi Obateye. Please let's put our hands together.
It is my responsibility. Thank you once again for being here. And I celebrate great partners, Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute and Nigeria Labour Congress and TUC, and every one of us that we are seated. We are trying to increase speed because in the next few minutes, Baba wants to be here 1:30, and I'm very certain those that are taking him up to there are so few minutes, and any time from now, Honorable Oladipupo Adebutu will also come in. And my sister too, as you know, Yabo Olushola Obasanjo will also come in. Now let me just tell us what we do, how we do what we do, and the way we do it. Now, we are having Perspective Leadership Development Institute. What actually gave birth to Perspective is the Priesthood Leadership Development Initiative. And then we look at it that, okay, for us to move across the board, across the religious line, we cannot go religious. We need to bring in something that is neutral, that can serve all of us, like I shared some of it yesterday. Now, as we leadership, our priesthood leadership, we also have Obold Travels and Tours Limited. Obold Travels and Tours Limited, because we do a lot of traveling, and a lot of our members too, travel around with us. So we consider it necessary and important for us to also have Obold Travels and Tours company. So I want to encourage you to join the part of what we are doing. If you look at us, if you've been here since yesterday, you will discover that we have not taught a word about money. Has anybody heard anything about money in what we have done? Hello? Sir, we have never talked about money. So what we are doing is not to export people. It is our own contribution to humanity. So as we are doing it, we also expect you to also look at us and what these people are doing. They're spending money to the service. Where is Ebenezer? Excuse me. So, I'm sorry. No, everybody wants to call me. We want you to please be part of what we are doing. As we look, we also have the Christian section of this organization is now reserved. The Priesthood Leadership Development Initiative is now reserved for the Christian program, Christian training, purely for the church. I want us to pick this very clearly. The Priesthood Leadership Development Initiative is now purely reserved for Christian programs, Christian training, seminars, and workshops. If it has to do about the church, that is what we do. Now, if it is about Perspective Leadership Development Institute, it crosses across religious lines. It is a non-religious organization. It's purely a leadership institution. That if you are a Christian, you are eligible. If you are a Muslim, yes, you need to be trained. If you belong to other religion, yes, you also need to be trained. If you are an atheist, you don't even recognize any religion, you also need this leadership training, and so it's for us all. That's about it. And I feel that at the end of this conference, I want you to please enlist, register for a leadership, whatever. When you see our program, all the leadership programs that we have is on the program pamphlet. Try to navigate the program pamphlet. You will see all the leadership programs that we have. Put your hands out. Think of anything that you do, and choose any aspect that you know you deserve and that you want. Okay. Reverend Akintayo, please. Reverend Akintayo, please. Reverend Akintayo, please. Bishop Otaru, please. Let me say the registrar of the institute. Dr. Jileye, please follow them. Please help us to usher in the Honorable Oladipupo Adebutu. So the signal has come. They are the one driving in. Please help to receive them and bring them. Okay, Rep. Akitayo, please. Rep. Akitayo, please.
Shani Akintayo, Ọlọ́run á ṣàánú Akintayo. Ladies and gentlemen, to formally welcome our distinguished guests for this occasion. That's why the team has gone down. He's already down. His motorcade has arrived, and it gives us a lot of pleasure to all right. Please, as you come in, have your seat. Please, as you come in, please take your seats. In case there are no seats remaining, there are seats at the back. We can. We like to say that this program, just like the president said, it's been on, and the intention is to raise transformative leaders with integrity, excellence, and vision. The intention is also to equip individuals and institutions with tools and knowledge and the mindset needed to lead effectively in organizational, religious, and governmental and social settings. There are core services of Perspective Leadership Development Institute. That's in leadership and training. You also have for governance and organizational support, leadership, coaching, and mentorship. You also have works in conferences, workshops, and events, consultancy and advisory services, and of course, publications and resource development. That's Perspectives Leadership Development Institute. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, any moment from now, our distinguished guest for this particular edition of Leadership Empowerment International Conference is going to be in, and we're going to welcome him with a lot of fanfare and respect that is due for a dignity of this status. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome right here this afternoon on the second day of Leadership Empowerment International Conference, the gubernatorial candidate of the People's Democratic Party for Ogun State, Honorable Dr. Oladipupo Adebutu, KJWP, FCPA. We'd like to welcome you, sir. This is Perspective Leadership Development Institute. We have a number of people around here. We want to welcome you, sir. I'd like all our guests to please just find a way to sit down, a little to the left and a little to the right. Unfortunately, if you are not able to sit down, we still have some seats at the back. Please, we want to welcome you, especially we want to thank God that you are here. Any moment from now, we're going to welcome Baba himself, His Excellency, the former President and Commander-in-Chief of Nigeria's Armed Forces, Baba Olusegun Obasanjo, PhD, GCFR. Baba will soon be here. But of course, our distinguished guest is no mean person. He's a philanthropist par excellence. He's a leader of international repute, and it gives us great joy to have him here. But there is no way we can talk about him without talking about Baba, who is an entrepreneur par excellence, a philanthropist of great proportions, the man who has come to signify the face of leadership and philanthropy all across Africa. I'm talking about none other person than Odole Odua himself, Baba Sa Kesinting Adebukola Adebutu KJW GCON. We want to thank God for the life of Baba, and we want to thank God for this day. Today is a great day in the annals of the history of Leadership Empowerment International Conference, and we'd like to welcome everyone that has accompanied the distinguished guest here. This is a leadership meeting. The theme of this edition is the gravity of leadership failure and correction methodologies. Before you came, we've had speakers who have spoken to us on this theme. Permit me to formally introduce one of the speakers who spoke with us today as the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute, Professor Adedeji Samuel Daramola is there. And we, of course, yesterday we had the former NMA chairman in Ogun State, Dr. Ashim Kunle Ashimi. He was also one of our frontline speakers, you know, looking at the theme, the gravity of leadership failure and correction methodologies. We also have in the house now the secretary of the executive secretary of the Christian Association of Nigeria in Ogun State, who is representing the state chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Elder Apostle J.A. Adeaga. Once again, for our distinguished guest, that's why we're introducing the Zonal Secretary for the Southwest of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria and the CPN PFN leader in the Christian Association of Nigeria, the 8th season chairman of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, who just handed over the baton successfully. And I think the PFN should begin to teach Nigeria how to conduct elections. It was seamless, it was without rancor, it was without any acrimony, it was so beautiful. Apostle Dr. Ahmed Bello Otaru safely handed over power as 8th season chairman to the 9th season chairman of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. We celebrate you, sir. We want to thank God that you are here. We also have the newest PFN chairman in Ogun State, Reverend Dr. Kunle Abdul, and the wife is already seated here. So what I'm trying to do, sir, is to give you a brief on the things that we have done and what we're still looking forward to do. We're so glad to have you here. We're so encouraged, and we know that at the end of the day, your coming here would be a blessing not only to us in Leadership Empowerment International Conference Nigeria 2026, but also to Ogun State in general. We also have here supporters and friends of the distinguished senator for Ogun Central Senatorial District of the People's Democratic Party in Ogun State, Senator Professor Iyabo Obasanjo. Of course, time has not come for me to talk a little about her, but for those of us who know her antecedents, you know that she was at the time a former commissioner of health in Ogun State before she moved on to represent Ogun Central Senatorial District at the National Assembly. And while she was there, she definitely proved her mettle as a distinguished senator of the Federal Republic. Any moment from now, we're going to welcome His Excellency, the former President and Commander-in-Chief of Nigeria's Armed Forces. And when I mentioned Baba Obasanjo, it is important for me to reiterate this, and I am going to be giving him his flowers when he comes. But Baba is one person whom God placed at strategic times in the history of our nation. I don't know how lucky you can be. When the Civil War was about to end, he was there as the one who formally ended the Civil War and got the handing over from Biafra, the surrender from Biafra to Nigeria. Apart from that, when it was time for the military to first hand over power to the civilian administration in 1979, he was there. 20 years after that experience, in 1999, when it was time again for the military to hand over power to a civilian administration, he took the saddle again as the president and commander-in-chief. And you can take it from me, I still believe that he is the best president that Nigeria has ever had since that time up till now. I thought that applause would be loud. If you have any other options, you can tell me. And then we look at the table together. I have a retinue of things that he did while he was here, while he was there as president. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he is our keynote speaker this afternoon, and we are going to welcome him with joy. So, as we go on in this final stage, I want you to help me look at the person beside you and say, brace up. Brace up. If your patience is running out, turn over to long suffering. That's not to mean that you're going to stay here for long, but what it just means is that we will be here, but I'm sure we're going to be properly tutored. We're going to take one lesson, one short lecture, one very short lecture now. I have to be very firm on this. I know you have a lot you wanted to say, but you just have to do it in 10 minutes. Unfortunately, we don't have all the time. Prince Ogunwoye Ademola Benson, Prince Benson, just very brief, your speech on leadership. Please, let's put our hands together for him. He's just been formally decorated here as one of the awardees for the Doctor of Leadership Award. The moment I stand here, sir, just begin to round up whatever you want to tell us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Prince Ogunwoye Ademola Benson. Permit me to stand on already established protocol. So I'm going to go straight to the point, and the topic here is the gravity of leadership failure, bridging the gaps through responsible leadership. Please, can you please give me the slide, please? Media, hello? Please, let me put the slide, please. I understand that leadership failure is not merely the failure of an individual. When leadership fails, institutions becomes weak. Opportunity disappear. Trust is destroyed. And ordinary people often pay the price. So let me say this to us today, that leadership begins with me. Everybody say leadership begins with me. Please say it louder. Say leadership begins with me. The day we understand that leadership begins with me, then we are going to rewrite the story of this nation. But I believe every leader failure presents us an opportunity for us to fit in. While we are all looking at problem, this governor failed, this leadership failed, this person failed, it is not for us to point fingers. It is for us to see gaps where we fit in as a leader. I remember when we are much younger, my mom will always buy this toothpaste. We have new one. Until that toothpaste finish, we have to cut it and use our toothbrush. True of us. Leadership is all about mindset. Everybody say leadership is all about mindset. Simply say loud and clear. If you are poor today, it's all about your mindset. So leadership is all about mindset. So ladies and gentlemen, Alexander the Great become a great king at 20 years old. So leadership is not all about age. Muammar Gaddafi got into power at 27 years old. Kim Jong assumed leadership of the North in North Korea at the very age, less than 22 years of age. In Africa, Thomas Sankara became Burkina Faso leader at 33 years old. In Nigeria today, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, former president, got into the army at the age of 23 and became the head of state at 39 years old. So leadership begins with me. So when we are looking at how can we fix this nation, what are you doing differently? Please, this is not my slide, please. When I was 21 years old, I said to myself, it will not continue like this. I am the change that this nation needs. So I look at the gap to fill. The same way, if everybody look at a gap to fill, this nation will be a better place. Rather than complaining. So what I did differently, please, the slide, please. I approached secondary schools. I'm an IT person. I donated 100 computers to them. That I want to change the narration of education. Now we can't be having WAEC, NECO all the time. We should have at least more than 5 certifications before we finish secondary education. And by the grace of God now, we have over 100 schools that we have donated 100 computers. We train them different certifications, graphic designing, web designing, so that before they finish secondary school, they have up to 5 different certifications. That is a gap to fill. Then again, looking at the security sector, everybody is just clamoring Nigerian security. What is your quota to make sure that you bridge that gap? I told them in my community to buy CCTV camera across every street with 65,000 naira. We can secure our street. But we are hoping on the government. Government failed, yes. But we too, we failed to fit in the gap of a leader. To assume that responsibility of leadership. So when we want to correct the gap, we need to first fit in. Am I making sense? So I approached NSCDC. I told them that I have a solution. I want to solve phone tracking problem in Nigeria. But before I want to do that, I gave them 200 computers in Ogun, where I train officers, phone tracking, laptop tracking, kidnapper tracker, CCTV installation and investigation. And there is law of replication. Whatever happened here can happen anywhere. And by the virtue of grace, we have done it in 5 states in the southwest. So now, I now look at it, yet we have not solved this tracking issue. So we gathered 300 software developers and we developed the first phone tracking software in Nigeria, about to be launched. So it's all about filling the gap. That is what makes you to be a leader. Now I remember, we are talking about the failure. I went to meet one of the IG and I told him, yes sir, we have a solution. Once they arrest any criminal, let them do fingerprinting, let them do facial captioning. The IG said Nigeria is not ripe. I went to meet the Minister of Interior. Let us see, I have trained over 12,000 personnel on CCTV installation and investigation. Let us install cameras across every prison. And let us have a central database in Abuja where we monitor all the prisons. The project is still in pipeline. I went to meet the IG. Sir, let us have CCTV camera that can use solar energy, that can be on the air 24 hours. Each local government should have its own, still in pipeline. But leaders don't quit. The day you quit, that is the end of life. So what I'm saying us, I'm encouraging us, is that look for a gap. When I look at all these things, I said to myself, it can't continue with me. this nation, in my own time, we are going to fix this nation. So I went to pick up an House of Rep ticket, and by the grace of God, I won the primary election. So I told them, that this is what we are doing. We need to do it differently. So I'm encouraging us, go back to your different world. Go back to your unit. Let them know that change begins with you. Look at the gaps. Stop complaining. Leaders don't complain. What did I say? Please say it loud. Leaders don't what? Look at. You can see that. That's when we supply. We train them different certification trainings. So I'm going to leave us with this word. I'm not here to boggle with many words. Because looking at those trainings, so it's not about age. I am sick and tired of, I am still an undergraduate. Undergraduate doesn't mean that you cannot lead. I'm tired that because there's no money. It is not about money. Leadership is not about money. It's all about responsibility. Money will follow you when you assume responsibility. So for us to change this nation, in my own time, we will have light. In my own time, this nation will experience good health care. In my own time, things will work. If you want to work, it's not about our senator here alone. It's about support of everybody. Have a positive mindset. Our parents always say something. Let me leave out with this word. That is if anybody sleep in the afternoon and put leg on the wall, who is that person? Let's be realistic to ourselves. Is it true? It's a mindset. So leadership is a mindset. It's not about mindset. It's not about anything. It's not about going there to embezzle whatever. It's about the mindset that you have. So I'm leaving us with this word that change begins with me. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. You can do better. Please give it to him. By the way, I'm just a placeholder here, holding the place for Mr. Dr. Tunji, who is the MC. He said something that kept recurring. You must identify a gap. The reason why this event has been put in place is to address the governance failure that is stacking all of us in the face. I would have asked him, when a leader now says we must have electricity, everybody knows we need electricity. Everybody, by all means, we have it, and electricity is not being fixed. What do you call that? I'm waiting for Dr. Tunji to come and rescue me from here. But what I have done just now is that I have identified a gap, nobody to fill in the place, and I am here. Well, I want to thank the organizers, the LAIC, the Perspective Leadership Development Institute, that are packaged this. In a moment, we are awaiting the arrival of Senator Professor Obasanjo and Baba Obasanjo himself. Where is Dr. Tunji? Okay, we await you. Please. Okay, yes. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, let me welcome again our distinguished senator, the one everybody calls Lado. I'm talking about, oh, sorry, okay, he was in the House of Rep. Well, in any case, let's welcome him properly. A physicist said, that's Archimedes. He said, give me a place to stand, and I will lift up the whole earth. I want you to give the one they call Lado a place to stand. I want us to welcome him very well. I want us to appreciate his presence here. Please give a round of applause for him. Lado, thank you very much. Doctor.
All right. When we disorganize this protocol, we will arrange ourselves. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely apologize for the short interlude that we have. You know, when you are doing a program of this high-profile nature, there are so many things that come into it. But before we listen to the goodwill message by our distinguished guest of honor today, I want to invite the man, and by the way, Doctor Sir, all the way from Abuja, we have a high chief, all the way from Kano, is the Serki Fulani of Karaye, Kano State, all the way from Abuja. He's done a lot to be a blessing. You could come and take a handshake, sir. Doctor, please, you could meet our guests. So we want to give you just some few minutes. When Baba comes again, we will just do a formal introduction, because when Baba comes, Baba might not have all the time for all that we need to do. But he's done a lot of work and is doing it to better humanity. Is the CEO Vision Savers. CEO Vision Savers that has done a lot of medical interventions across nations, across the country. And he has come all the way from Abuja to be part of this whole experience. Dr. Kamar Umar, the Serikin Fulani of Karaye, Kano State, is going to just address us shortly. And when Baba comes also, we'll give him his platform to Doctor. Okay. Please, let's put our hand, do we say Rankadede now? Or how do we greet the man who combines both? Thank you, sir.
Before we say something, we have to pray. And we have to pray for the first thing, that we don't have a country like Nigeria. We have to pray for our country. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Kamal Sarkimpulani in Kano State. I'm the CEO of the Vision Savers. We are not new here. We came here last year. We approached so many people that they have eye challenges. And today we are here to say something about these visions. His Excellency, the candidate of the PDP, effective leadership, Professor is a nice man, because to make this organization is not easy. So I'm happy we are here. He invited us to come, and he is with us last week that we do a medical outreach. So I wanted to hand it over to Project Director, Dr. Mustafa. He is going to say something about the Vision Savers. So thank you very much for all this get job. No.
All right, please, let's put our hands together for the Serikin Fulani of Karaye, Kano State. Please don't be taken in alone by that title. Is a sound medical practitioner, and we want to thank God for that opportunity. We have here somebody who needs no introduction. You know, he has been a blessing to some of us. When we were younger, we used to go to watch him on the field of play. When you are talking about a great footballer, in fact, it was the chief commander who said, Agbamata se lọ́dẹ́gbàmí tẹ́rẹ́ bá di bọ́ọ̀lù gbígbá. Ọ̀dẹ́gbàmí inside the net. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mathematical right here this afternoon, Dr. Olusegun Ọ̀dẹ́gbàmí, Dr. Patrick Olusegun Ọ̀dẹ́gbàmí. We want to welcome you. Actually, he wrote the foreword to the book by Professor Obateye, and we want to thank God for this opportunity. He's a man I love so much, and I really appreciate, he has moved, sports to another level completely. He's a sportspreneur, and he has the radio station that continues to be a blessing to everyone. Anything sports, you can take it on Eagle FM. We'll celebrate you, sir. We want to thank God that you are here. At this juncture, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the goodwill message from our distinguished guest of honor on this program today. By the way, I'm sure we all know that is vying, contesting on the platform of the People's Democratic Party to be the governor of Ogun State in the 2027 elections. He's a man of repute, he's a man we love, he's a man we trust, and it is my joy to invite to the microphone. We're still going to come when Baba comes in, we're still going to formally decorate him. But now, just to welcome us, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Honorable Dr. Oladipupo Adebutu. Please, let's put our hands together. Please, let's put it together. Come on.
Thank you. I seize this opportunity to extend my courtesies to the organizers of this noble gathering, Perspective Leadership Development Institute. I extend my courtesies. For the purpose of brevity, kindly accept my courtesies as I stand on existing protocol. I also extend our courtesies to the doctor that has done wonderfully well in our society, attending to over 2,000 medical cases in his outreach while supporting our state. The Siriki Fulani, I greet you. Thank you very much. I see members of the clergy here as well. I extend my courtesies spiritual. I appreciate you. I must also greet the audience for participating in this noble concept. And I greet my chairman, I greet members of the People's Democratic Party here present. Even I greet our old members that have transferred to other areas as well. I think I saw Madam Uganda at one stage before she disappeared. I greet her as well. Today, I'm privileged to have the podium to speak for a few moments in a goodwill message on leadership. Leadership. The earlier speaker said clearly that leadership belongs and begins in our persons, our individuals. That's very, very true. You can't build a mountain except you build by small blocks at a time. A greater nation must be built by leaders that have collectively come together that can be strong and can preserve us for better times. Leadership have very, very fundamental principles. To be a good leader, you must have ideologies you will stand by. You cannot be here today, gone tomorrow. You must believe in something. And in those things that you believe in, you build upon. For good leadership to thrive, you must be transparent. You must be transparent, you must be honorable, you must be true to yourself. I like to draw from one of the tenets of the Rotary Club. How would I feel if these acts were committed upon me? Am I okay by them? Am I okay in the acts that I'm about to commit myself? These things we must believe in. We must seek equity. We must come with clean hands. Those are the tenets of good leadership. So, fellow Nigerians, as I must say, not as Zinka said, but I must say fellow Nigerians, to have a truly great nation, to truly have humanity, we must have good leadership. And in this leadership, we must have good ideology, grounded in our foundation. We must believe in something. You must believe in God, you must believe in Allah, whatever you choose to believe in. All this, they have tenets that are beacons that direct us to a greater future. Once again, I welcome us to this portion of this program. I hope and truly aspire that we'll all go away with some improvement to our lifestyle for the betterment of humanity. Thank you very much.
All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please let's celebrate Honorable Dr. Oladipupo Adebutu once again. Is the chief of the old bloc, the gubernatorial candidate of the People's Democratic Party in Ogun State. At this juncture, we'll go to the next awards, and I'm going to humbly invite the registrar of the Perspective Leadership Development Institute, the registrar to please come so that we can do the next set of award presentation, and then we have the entrance of His Excellency Baba Olusegun Obasanjo. Please, let's put our hands together for the registrar once again.
May I have the faculty join me on the podium here, please? Faculty members, can you join me on the podium? I'd like to invite the next awardee for the Doctor of Leadership Award, honoris causa of the Perspective Leadership Development Institute, Olushina Akande Ogundemu. Please step out. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, High Chief Olushino Akande Ogutimu was born in Owu, Abeokuta, Ogun State. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Sciences from the prestigious University of Lagos in 1990, having attended both secondary and primary school education in Abeokuta, respectively. In 1990-1991, he had his mandatory National Youth Service Corps in the old Borno State with the then Afribank Nigeria PLC, which is presently known as Polaris Bank. Between October 1991 and 1992, he worked as computer programmer and analyst with Benchmark Computers Limited Lagos, and later got appointment with Afribank Nigeria PLC as an executive assistant in October 1992. He was with the bank till September 1997, from where he proceeded to England for greener pasture. While in Britain, between December 1997 and February 1999, Olushino worked with Dell Computers Corporation, Bracknell, United Kingdom, as a systems analyst, and later established his own information and communication technology ICT consulting firm named Dan Systems Limited in 1999. Between 1999 and 2002, his outfit rendered consultancy services for a lot of well-established organizations and companies in the United Amicable Limited, Stirling, Scotland, Capital One Bank, Nottingham, and Ford Motors Company, Essex, to mention a few. In August 2002, he relocated back to Nigeria, having heralded the call of the former president and commander-in-chief, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, to Nigerians in diaspora to return home to serve their beloved fatherland. On his return to the country, he worked as a procurement specialist in charge of information and communication technology with the then Budget Monitoring and Price Intelligence Unit in the presidency, popularly known as Due Process, on consultancy basis between November 2002 and February 2005. This office later transformed into the present Bureau of Public Procurement, BPP. In March 2005, Olushino was regularized into the Federal Civil Service as Assistant Chief Programmer and Analyst. He rose through the rank and was promoted Director of Procurement with effect from 1st of January 2019. He furthered his academic career at Greenwich School of Management, London, United Kingdom, and University of Turin, Italy, where he obtained postgraduate diploma in Management Studies and Master of Science in Public Procurement Management for Sustainable Development, respectively. He's attended many seminars, workshops, and training programs worldwide. In recognition of his outstanding contributions and service to humanity, he is the Dagmuru of Egbaland, and he holds several other chieftaincy titles. He's also received meritorious awards across churches, societies, and organizations. He retired from active federal civil service as the Director of Procurement in August 2024 and currently serves as Deputy Director General Mobilization of the Yaniwura Foundation, a non-governmental organization focused on human capacity development and community-centered programs, including education, healthcare access, and economic empowerment. Olushino Akande Ogutimu is a multifaceted man, is happily married, and blessed with children. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you High Chief Olushino Akande Ogutimu, MSc JP.
Thank you very much. Please, may I invite the faculty to decorate the awardee while the presence of the president of the Perspective Leadership Development Institute is required for the presentation of the certificate.
behalf of the Perspectives Leadership Developed by the Institute, in collaboration with Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute, I present Doctor of Leadership DL honoris causa to Olushina Akonte Okundimo.
Please, can we have the members of the family very quickly for a short session of photography? Please, can I have the master of ceremony on the podium? This is the MC, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Registrar. At this juncture, we're about to do something very vitally important. All right. Every year, when we have the Leadership Empowerment International Conference, it is always a great occasion for whatever is done, or the essence of whatever is done, to be documented in a printed form. And there is no other person who does that every year, who brings a lot of regularity into what is done, such that it can be used beyond here and for future reference. And so we have a book here that has been authored by the President, Perspectives Leadership Development Institute. The book is definitely going to be a blessing to humanity. It has, I want to first of all say that the person who wrote the foreword, for you to understand the importance of this book, because it's not one person who just does whatever he wants to do anyhow. He's a man who is detailed and who puts his signature on only what is necessary. And that is Dr. Patrick Olusegun Odegbami. He wrote the foreword to this book, and that is to tell you that, I thought you were going to, although you don't need the recognition of Odegbami to Feni, what recognition will Odegbami has. But please, I just rise up with you. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Segun Odegbami. He wrote the foreword to this book, and before you can write the foreword to the book, you can be sure, and I quote him, When an institution collapses, the external world looks for a macroeconomic scapegoat, a black swan event, a sudden regulatory shift, or an aggressive competitor. But those of us who have managed structural crisis know better. The rot always starts within. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the book itself is broken into many chapters. Of course, the introduction tells us the physics of the fall. You know, when you are talking about the fall, the failure, when you are looking at the gravity of failure, you look at the anatomy of the fall. And that's the first part of the book. From there, you look at the invisible erosion. And of course, structural fractures, you know, and then the collateral damage of leadership failure. It's a very deep book, intelligently put together. Part 2 of the book deals with the gravity of consequences, where you have a crisis of trust, where you have legal and ethical weight. And then, of course, this particular chapter looks at the external pressures that finalizes a downfall. This takes us to the part 3 of the book, because the theme or the title is the gravity of leadership failure and correction methodologies. Of course, the 6th chapter talks about radical audit. You see, if you want to begin to correct failure, if you want to begin to correct the methodologies, you know, radical audit. And of course, in this dimension also, I want to add consequences for actions. As I was coming this morning, I just saw one man who ran the red light. The light was red, you know, and then he ran the red light. And he didn't feel any remorse about it. The reason is there are no consequences for actions. So anybody just does whatever they want. But if he was in the United Kingdom or United States, when he knows that if you run the red light or you overspeed, you'll find your ticket waiting for you, I'm sure if he wanted to do that, he would have, you know, taken a caution. So, talking about radical audit, and then of course, he looked at strategies for immediate stabilization and how you can stop the bleed, how you stop the organization from bleeding. You know, sometimes it goes into bankruptcy, sometimes so how do you stop it do you nip it in the bud? You will find it in this book. And of course, reconstructing authority. He also talked about how to now, through a recovery process. So it's not just, the book is wholesome. It's not just talking about, you know, failure. It's talking about how to deal with it. And I want to recommend not only for, you know, all of us here, for institutions, for leadership institutes, for secondary schools, for universities, this book will go a long way. And of course, how do you, you know, ensure that this doesn't happen again? That's where he looks at future proofing. Future proofing is the accountability loop, you know, where you know, from friction to prevent future free falls. And, you know, then finally, after you have done all of that, it now looks at legacy and rebirth. So it begins from looking at the physics of power, to the anatomy of the fall, to gravity of consequences, to correctional methodologies, and then of course, how do you safeguard, how do you make sure that this thing does not happen again, and how do you stabilize the establishment? You will get it all in this book. Of course, integrity is also very important. He took his own time to look at the lightness of integrity. So it is with joy this afternoon I want to personally recommend this book. The content, you know, is out of this world. The depth of the book, it's exceptional. You will get all the information you need, and it will help every establishment. And I'm going to humbly invite our distinguished guest of honor, distinguished Honorable Dr. Oladipupo Adebutu. Sir, we'd like you to please help us take one of the books, help us unveil the book, and then I'm going to also invite to join him the Serikin Fulani himself, Dr. Kamal Umar. By the way, as we were sitting down there, Dr. Umar was showing me his kingdom in Kano on phone. It has, I'm sure Dr. Degbami would know some of these things because I think he spent some time in the north, in Jos actually, but he is in Kano, so we'd like you to please also join them to be part of this unveiling. Dr. Degbami, sir, I also want you to join this team, and then the representative of the chairman, Christian Association of Nigeria, would like you to also join this team, and then the CPFN, PFN leader in Ogun State, the Southwest Zonal Secretary of the PFN, Apostle Ahmed Bello Otaro, we'd like you to please join. We'd like you to please rise up, and then while I invite our distinguished guests, please, all of them will have to go to the book side. All right, and then of course, the CEO of Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute, please, we'd like you to just join. Please help us stay at the back of the book, and then immediately we, our distinguished guest of honor, opens the book for us, then we'll all take our copies. Dr. Umar, sir, we're waiting for you. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Dr. Oladipupo Adebutu, please let's put our hands together. Please let's put our hands together for him. Please let's put our hands together for him.
Brethren, I seize this opportunity to unveil this educative and formative manuscript. I do so in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, and in the name of the Holy Ghost. Thank you very much.
All right, please help us give each of them. Help us give each of them a copy. Help us give each of them a copy.
Thank you.
Mama.
Thank you.
Baba Obataye, yourself, sir. The president, please help us join the team. Who do you have in mind? Dr. Abiodun, okay, who? Dr. Kehinde Abiodun, sir, please join them. Okay. Hi, Chief, the newest doctor in town. Hi, Chief Dagoro, please join them. Please. All right. Aha. Hi, Chief Dagoro, please join them. Okay. This is the gravity of leadership failure. We are not going to fail, we are all going to excel all through. Okay. Thank you. Now the last point. I know we can't hold this book for nothing. And I'm just going to give the microphone to, okay, I can see that the doctor and the doctor, they are discussing. So I don't think there's a problem. All right. Our distinguished guest of honor, sir. That book in your hand, sir. I know that I know, sir, that we cannot just be holding that book for. I'm sure you want the leadership world, the work to go round. So we like you to see your encouragement. We like to hear your encouragement in terms of support, in terms of making this work go round, sir.
Thank you very much. nothing better than spreading knowledge. I will seize this opportunity to ask that 10 copies be sent to each of the local government libraries.
Yes, sir.
I understand that's 200 copies.
Okay.
And I ask that 50 copies be sent to the state library.
Great.
That comes-
I thought we have a bigger round of applause.
To help this process, I commit the sum of 10 million naira to this process.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, sir. Doctor, okay? Now that we have that, we'll just make it easy for everybody at your, where are my secretaries, where are my, please give them a sheet of paper. Just write whatever you want to give towards the support of this, to make this work go round, and then we'll release the book to you. What's the selling price for those of us who are here? All right, so Dr. Kamal, sir, do you want to take him? If you take 100 million, if you want to give us 100 million, you can just take the microphone and speak. Yes, sir. Okay, you've spoken. I know you've spoken already, but I wasn't sure. Was it 100 million or 100,000? It's 10 million, sir. Okay, thank you very much. Please, I think it deserves a big round of applause. So, Dr. Dagburo, your own high chief. Okay, Dr. Kamar. You want to be the last? Okay. Who do I give here? No, I'm not giving Dr. I'm not giving Dr. Degbami. Baba Adeaga, just greet us in the name of Christian Association of Nigeria.
By the power conferred on me as the CAN secretary representing the CAN chairman, I declare it in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The CAN chairman and the CAN office will say the convener. In Jesus' name, I speak.
All right, thank you very much. Doctor, Prof. Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute. This is a leadership book in your capacity, sir. I'm sorry I'm putting you on the spot. I sincerely apologize.
On behalf of Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute, we hereby promise an undisclosed amount to be sent to the author. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. So Dr. Kamal Umar Seriki Fulani himself. I saw your video of Kano and the caliber of people in that place. Yes, thank you very much, Your Highness.
I'm really appreciate with His Excellency, the next governor of Ogun State. One, what he did today, I know it's not a surprise. He's a man of his word. And this is the kind of people that you have to choose, that they promise and they fulfill their promise. And I want to support him with this medical mission of 1,000 people for his campaign.
Okay.
I promise you, inshallah, we are coming.
Oh, great.
20 of us, 20 doctors, because what he did, I really appreciate. And I'm happy. And you know, King, Chief, they not talk in the public. But what I want you, just to come aside, I know what I can do. You know, a king of Fulani, they have plenty cows. Maybe I can dash cows for you people. So I really appreciate with this organization, and especially the prof that organized. It's not easy. Please, can you clap for him? So, Prof, thank you very much. What you have done for your community, what you have done for your people. Some people, Some organizers, they used to go to Abuja or Lagos. But look at the prof. He organized something in Ogun State. That's make him show that he has a vision, he has a mission for his people. I think one day too, you can be somebody in this country. So clap for him too, please. So I really appreciate with this organization. And I never expect.
Thank you.
He invited me to come. I said, I'm coming.
All
it's
right.
not easy. So thank you very much for every one of you. I really appreciate His Excellency. You are welcome.
All right. Thank you very much. Second to the last, all the way from the United Kingdom. Okay, Dr. Adebutu, just before you go, sir, let me just take two more. From the United Kingdom, pounds to Nigerian sterling now, Nigerian pounds, Nigerian whatever, pounds to Nigeria. So, Dr. Kehinde Abiodun, all the Rotary power I know, God will bless you, sir.
Thank you very much, distinguished present guest tonight, this afternoon. I just want to add that for the past 2 days, we've learned a lot about leadership. We've learned leadership begins with us, and we try as much as possible to start from ourselves before we get to the top. On behalf of Rotary International, the President, Yinka Babalola, and also District 1130, London, UK, I want to pledge collaboration with Rotary to this organization, and also want to pledge financial assistance undisclosed, and in pounds, not in naira.
Okay,
So
okay. All right, thank you very much. Finally, High Chief, I've already read the profile, right from before 1999 up till now, system analyst, system specs, ICT. You are on, sir.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, with your permission, and on behalf of Yauniura Foundation, I promise a donation of 500,000 naira, and on personal account, a sum of 100,000 naira. Thank you very much.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for all these men. Any other person who wants to speak, you can come and quickly take the microphone. We have just 5 minutes to do this together. We want to thank all our men who supported us for this. And the book, okay, sir, I think somebody is raising his hands. I will call you out now if you don't want to come out. So, okay, the guests are going to get back to their seats now. Doctor, I think you can go back to sit. Please, let's put our hands together for them. Thank you. The books are going to be passed around. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we go ahead with the program. I am really enthralled by the contents of this book, and I know it's going to be, I think we should allow this book to be presented, to be given to the congregation. Because the depth is so deep. All right. I think we should celebrate our distinguished guest here, the one and only Honorable Dr. Oladipupo Adebutu. The worth of the request is 250 copies of this book to be properly distributed all across the local government in the state and specific other areas. I think he deserves a big round of applause, a big round of applause. And it's also to tell you the depth of what his intentions are towards education, towards intelligence, and then towards making quite sure that people are well informed. And we're really very, very grateful. We really appreciate this gesture.
Because His Excellency, what he ṣe we can find the 250 pieces of the book for that amount. And on behalf of Honorable Oladipupo Adebutu, the governorship candidate of the PDP for 2027 general elections, every person that is here, I take it that His Excellency Adebutu, everybody will go with every copy. No payment again. Nobody is paying any again. So Governor Tira ìwé fún yín, ẹ bá ń pàtẹ́wọ́ fún Governor. So ọmọọba Governor Tira ìwé fún everybody. Ẹ gbéwèé lọ sọ́jà àwọn akọ̀dẹ pín ìwé fún everybody ni. Ẹjọ́ Governor tó fún ẹni fún ìbò.
Ládìpúpọ̀ Adébútú láwùrẹ̀rẹ̀bẹ̀. Ẹ̀rẹ̀bẹ̀ láhùn ayé ilé. Don't give more than one copy to each person. Oladipupo Adebutu láwùrẹ̀rẹ̀bẹ̀. Just one copy per person, please. One copy per person. Please, you can continue singing until they finish that distribution. And we have just 2 minutes more. Àwòtí rẹ̀ yìí ni oríkẹ́ máa kọ tó wá sí yìí. bàbá Ọbásanjọ́ láwọn ń bọ̀ wọ́n ní pẹ́ dé pé kí gómìnà máa báṣẹ́ lọ àwọn ló máa decorate gómìnà so bàbá ń bọ̀.
Just a minute. Ohun tí wọ́n ń sọ ní pé bàbá Ọbásanjọ́ ti wà lọ́nà. But ẹ̀yin jẹ́ nkọrin orin kan wà tí mo rò pé mo fẹ́ gbọ́. Ẹ lọ sọ fáráyé.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, ẹ jẹ́ bá mi fáwọn onílù yẹn gan látẹ̀wọ́. Ẹ bá mi fáwọn oníjó yẹn pàtẹ́wọ́ now. Please, let's put our hands together. You know, one of the reasons why, even though this is not a political rally, this is not a political platform, but one of the reasons why we had to allow all this is because of the support that, you know, we've been able to get from our distinguished guest of honor. And that is to tell you the impact, the importance that it places on a work of this nature. And that means you're going to have a cerebral governor in the state who understands the importance of intelligence, who understands the importance of leadership, who understands the essence of creative ability in every human being. That is to tell you that there is a lot to expect, there is a lot to see, not just the fanfare, beyond the fanfare, because it takes a very intelligent person, before you can order a book on leadership. He could have brought rice, he didn't bring rice here, but to help improve the intelligence of the people, and we want to appreciate that. I'd like to let you know that we're still expecting His Excellency. I remember last year, Baba had to come all the way. You know, normally, one thing we need to recognize is that the moment Baba comes for your meeting, he has put a number of activities aside before he will show up at your meeting. And when he eventually shows up, is a recognition of the impact that he plays on whatever you are doing. And much more so, we have a representative of Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute here. Prof, I'd like you to please come, sir. This is impromptu, but I'm sure you will be up to it. What exactly do we do in Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute? If we just have a brief breakdown, you know, and then how can people get involved? I don't know whether you came prepared for that, but please let's put our hands together for Professor Adedeji Samuel Daramola, the Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute. What is the institute all about? And let's just quickly take. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a privilege for us to gather here today to celebrate the issue of leadership, which has been a major challenge in the continent of Africa and part of the world. 2 years ago, a team of 5 African presidents, ex-presidents, they came together to constitute the board of trustees of a leadership institute that is a little bit different from other institutes by virtue of the fact that it's a center where people come to learn about the experiences of some African leaders who govern their various countries at different times and seasons. So we had the former president of Senegal, former president of Ethiopia, former president of Ghana, former president of Mauritius, and former president of South Africa. So what we did is that people come together to learn about transformative leadership. What are the things that you need to do and to guide in building up your profile as a leader in your organization, in your company, in your institute, and politically? So what we do in Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute is to bring into fore all those attributes that are required to govern us in the process of leadership. Either you like it or not. Today, Dr. Adebutu has come to prove to us that it's a part of the system by virtue of the fact that paying an amount of money to disseminate very important information about transformative leadership through a book. He has not come to give us bread and butter. He has come to expand our knowledge frontier in terms of quality leadership. And that is what we do in Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute. Apart from that, we have the former president of African Export Bank, Afrexim. We have Professor Oloni Shakin from King's College University in London. We have Professor Patrick Lumumba as part of the board of trustees, Professor Peter Okebukola. So they come together, people come together to learn of what were the success story. How did they make it? For instance, I told you in the morning, those of us who were here, that President Obasanjo told us that while he was in government, the biggest challenge he had as a president was the Sharia. And that the only way, we now ask him, how were you able to resolve the Sharia issue? People thought Nigeria was going to fall apart. And he told us that he was led to be a friend to the leader of the Sharia group. That is the governor of Zamfara State. Now, leadership has to do with ability to coordinate yourself and to celebrate your followership. So when a leader is in the forefront, the followers are backing me up, that leader will be a success. So what we do is that we bring people together, and for a period of about 3 months, but it's going to be 1 weekend in a month, just one Friday and Saturday in 1 month. We gather together, and President Olusegun Obasanjo will lead the team or the facilitators. While he's talking, another facilitator may come from another country, another former president. And what we do essentially is to look at the peak, at the force, the challenges, and the success stories of the leaders. Now, we have people like Aiki Mokwede is also on the team of the facilitators. We have Professor Bayo Ulukoshi, and all we do is to make sure that people gather together and learn about the success story. For instance, what do we say about Ogun State government? To study Ogun State government, we look at the beginning of Ogun State. We look at the leadership of Ogun State. We look at the gaps that are available. Then you begin to see, as a leader, how do I fill all these gaps? I told you earlier on today about this country called Singapore. Singapore was listed as one of the least developed countries in the world. But today, Singapore is one of the few nations all over the world that is debt-free. How did they make it? They came together as brothers and sisters, and they were able to know that the unity of the country was important for them to prosper. Now today, when you get to Singapore, things are working, not because that they are extremely rich, but the resources of the nation were distributed among the brethren, and everybody was committed to play a role in it. President Olusegun Obasanjo was at Access Bank a couple of months ago. Access Bank gathered together from the chairman of the board to the MD to the group executive director, and they listened. It was 400 members that were there, and they asked President Obasanjo 2 questions. The 4th question they asked him, they said, what was the major challenge about leadership in Africa? And he came around and told them, he said, until Africa developed its own philosophy about democracy, until Africa developed its own philosophy about democracy. What does he talk about? He said, no leader can emerge without looking at the pedigree or more tenure. Who are you? How do you come to this level? We want to know your background. He said, until we discover, somebody comes to a village, he said, want to become a chief. In that village, they want to know, Tani Babae, Imboloti develop. So we are concerned about the cultural aspect, about the manners, about the culture, about the pedigree, and about the morals. He said, when morals are put together, leaders easily emerge. So these are the things that we study at Obasanjo Leadership Institute. Now we have somebody called Greg Mills. Greg Mills happens to be one of the frontline leaders that have talked so much about transformational leadership. What does he say? He says every country has what it needs to build up the confidence of that country. Now, the success Nigeria requires is in Nigeria. The success Tanzania requires is in Tanzania. Now, you are talking about cement manufacturing. How did it come up? Earliest in the years, Nigeria was importing cement. The local manufacturing company, they were not releasing the required number of cement. And the president woke up and said, please, can you call me Dangote? I'm telling you a secret today. Now, Dangote picked the call. And President Obasanjo said, can you see me in Abuja 7 o'clock in the morning? Dangote said, sir, the time is 5 a.m. By the time I get to the airport, it's going to be 7 o'clock. So let me see you in Abuja by 9 o'clock. Today, by 9 o'clock, the two of them met, President Obasanjo told Dangote, he said, Dangote, you will be getting this license, import license for cement. When will you start producing cement in Nigeria? Until the leaders is able to identify the needs and the national interest, there's a challenge in the country. Dangote said, sir, do you want me to tell you the truth? He said, yeah, tell me the truth. He said, it is more profitable to import cement than to produce cement. The president said, look, Dangote, we can't continue to import from other countries when we have the gypsum and all the things that we need in this Nigeria. Dangote now said, sir, if you can tie my importation of cement to my production and manufacturing, to start manufacturing cement in Nigeria, then you get a solution. What does it mean? I'll be importing about 1,000 bags, for instance, every month. Can you increase it to about 5,000 bags per month? Then you now give me 6 months to start a factory, and within 1 year, I should be manufacturing cement in Nigeria. Obasanjo said that is a deal. Listen very carefully. The interest of the president was not the issue. How much was going to get from the contract was not the issue. But how would Nigeria fare? Then they went ahead. They gave Dangote a bigger volume of import license to import cement. Then people came and met Obasanjo. He said, do you know you are making this man very rich? Obasanjo said, look, it's a deal. It's going to construct a cement manufacturing country in Nigeria. In 6 months' time, Dangote started the construction of the firm. When he started, President Obasanjo was smarter. He went and got 2 security aides, located them at the factory. One day, Dangote was seated, and he got a call from President Obasanjo. He said, Aliko, we discovered that yesterday and day after yesterday, before yesterday, there was no production in your office, in your company. What happened? Then Dangote explained that they had a breakdown on the truck on the road, and that they will start continue the following day. And the following day they started. After 2 months, President Obasanjo called him. He said, I discovered that the building you are putting up, they have started the painting. Well done. Then Dangote called him. Sir, you are in Abuja. You are monitoring my manufacturing. Are you on that site? Then President said, don't worry, we are together. President Obasanjo gave you the license to increase the importation of cement. That same President Obasanjo went and put a spy to monitor the utilization of that fund. Leadership is totality of commitment. The national interest is there. The interest of the country is there. And he was able to do it. In less than 2 years, Nigeria started manufacturing cement. Let it be on record. As of today, Dangote cement is in 11 countries of the world. 11 countries in Africa. As of last week, he went ahead to have signed a pact with Canada. What we are saying is that Nigeria has to be encouraged. Nigeria has to be empowered. The followership has to be celebrated. Today, you may not understand what it means, but the aggregate of the taxation and the profit Nigeria makes from cement industry has gone along to encourage the country. I want to let you know that an organization can come up to Obasanjo Leadership Institute and request for a special training program. It can just be about 1 week. What we do is that to take them through the rudiments, bring those people in. The last one we had people from United Kingdom, we have people from Australia, we have people from Canada. They came for this leadership training. And the truth of the matter is, if the President of America is sitting to teach a team of people and to tell them experientially what he experienced while he was in government, you can be sure that that is going to form what we call a catalog of information that is going to enrich the riches of the people. South Africa. The former president of South Africa had a challenge along the line when he was in government. So we asked him a question on the Olusegun Obasanjo leadership. Sir, why did you enter into that crisis? And how did you survive it? So where you are here looking at transformational leadership experiences, and you are listening to President Olusegun Obasanjo, at the same time, the former president of South Africa will begin to tell you how he was able to solve the problem. We asked Aminat of Mauritius, one of the first African ladies to become the president of African nation. We asked her, when you were in government, you came from academy, you came from the university, and you became the president of Mauritius, Amina. How were you able to handle the politician? There are two lines of demarcation between academics and politics. And she said yes, she was able to handle it. But the record shows at a point in time, she had it hot. There was a time she went abroad, and I think there are some insinuations about her. But she came back under the policy of transparency, and she was able to manage all the situation. So we are not saying the leaders have to be saints, but the leaders must have a template that the governance, that the people of the country, the citizen, that will benefit them. And those templates are what we look at and begin to discuss. One of the templates is sincerity. Sincerity. Sincerity does not mean you cannot make mistakes as a leader. It does not mean that you are more knowledgeable than others. But the point is that when you are making a mistake, you make a sincere mistake. Take for instance, if Dangote had defrauded the country by virtue of the fact that they increased its importation license and it did not deliver by producing cement, then it would have been a sincere error made by that president. He will not be crucified for that, because he did that, took that decision. Why? In the interest of Nigeria. Nigeria was busy importing cement. All sorts of cement were coming in. But today, with what we have, with 4 manufacturing factories, cement manufacturing factories in Nigeria, Nigeria has been able to resolve that challenge. I want to say also, before I round up, that every country has a need for a game changer. Game changer. Game changer. Now, when Dr. Ogoye came around, he was talking about identifying gaps. Identifying gaps. The government, they are leaders, but the truth of the matter is that you are also a leader. I am also a leader. What is the gap that you can identify that will going to foster relationship and improve the lot of the people? Transformational leadership in Olusegun Obasanjo Institute will now bring people who have excelled in one area or the other of their encounter. We brought in, there was a time we brought in the United States Consular General to Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute. And all we need her to say, to look at the setting of the institute and be able to tell us exactly what we need to do. And by the time she finished, she told us exactly that we should go and look at 1 or 2 other templates from the United States of America, and eventually we did it. There is no way poverty can be weaponized if the people themselves do not accept it. Because anybody can deceive us for 3 years. The 4th year will be election year. And everybody who determined to make a change, that's what God called the game changer, we use the instrument or the election or the ballot to change that situation. I want to say with all sense of responsibility that Nigeria is a country that is bestowed with a lot of opportunity. I was telling you, I came from Ondo State, Ipiakoko, but I'm a professor of nomadic architecture. Because I spent 10 years with the Fulani nomads in Yola. And by the time I left, I did a PhD in University of Manchester to study nomadic housing. Now, I'm not a Fulani, but the truth is that when they're talking about, you can Google it. Google, Adedeji Daramola, regarded as the first professor of nomadic architecture. There was a gap. Now, if a Yoruba man is becoming a professor of Fulani architecture, what stops it? That's why I was encouraged when doctor came around to handle cases, visions, eyes treatment for about 2,000 people in the Southwest. Nigeria is a pleasant nation, and every one of us will have to come together and see how we can build our country together. Once again, I want to say thank you very much. We appreciate this opportunity, and this opportunity is a real privilege for all of us.
All right, but before you go, sir, somebody has a question for you. Would like to take that question. Then I also have my own on nomadic education, because what nomadic architecture, nomadic education, what eventually prompted that? But before that, Dr. Ayo Arowojolu, your question, sir.
Thank you very much, Prof. I noticed you almost swept me off my feet with the passion with which you are unfolding the realities that you do there. I am not a politician, but I am in the media. And as a media man, I am concerned about the governance failure and the leadership challenge that we have in Nigeria. So most of the time, through my program, Boiling Point Arena, every month, I interrogate government. So it makes people to want to feel that, our opposition. No, we are just critical by nature. Now, the issue of electricity, I'm particular about it. It is now appearing as if our leaders don't know jack before they step in there. One of the speakers was saying that yesterday. We would think that some people have capacity, but when they step in there, like a lot of even the followers are saying, the followers are bad. It's only a people who support those who are oppressing them. They say, Nigeria ti bàjẹ́ jù báyìí lọ. Kò sóhun tí wọ́n lè ṣe, and I'm glad our distinguished guest of honor is here. I like it when they are campaigning. But when they get there, you will be seeing all manner of excuses. And I want to ask you, is governance rocket science such that we cannot have electricity despite promises? If we have electricity, nobody will be talking about kuli. If we have electricity, I don't subscribe to this palliative economy where people will be, you want people to queue for rice. You want people, if you give people electricity, you do some things that the people want. I don't even want grinding machine. Why don't we have a type of education that will make our people want to formulate machines that will do some of these things? I don't know. Do you think, sir, that's my question, that Nigeria ti bàjẹ́ kò sẹ́ni tó lè ṣe? If tí ò bá sẹ́ni tó lè ṣe, why are we on the march again? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Your question is multifarious. But I want to take the quotation of B. Bradley when he's talking about leadership. He said, leadership is what? Unlocking people's potential to become better. Unlocking people's potential to become better. You may not understand what went on today. You may not understand it. But I will tell you clearly that if a potential governor buys a book that has to do with leadership and distribute to every one of us, he's not giving you money, he's giving you knowledge that you can never quantify. Thank you very much. The essence of that is that he was following Big Bradley when saying unlocking people's potential to become better. There is a community in this Ogun state, they don't have problem with electricity. 24-hour supply of light. They call it the city of light. That is Redeemed Christian Church of God Redemption Camp. At a point in time, the turbine that they were talking about was difficult to start. They did everything to start this turbine, but the turbine was difficult to start. They had to call South Africa. Listen, South Africa eventually started the turbine. They did not come to Nigeria. They put some things on the system and the turbine started in Nigeria. Now, technology is multifarious. Does not stop in a place. Even for Redeem to maintain that turbine 24 hours light, it is a lot of sacrifices. I want us to see, do not see hardship as oppression. Let every community see hardship as opportunity to reinvent. I do not know the last time I bought a suit. I don't know the last time I bought a brand new trouser, a brand new shoe. I don't know the last time I bought. Why? Because by the time I fill the tank of my car, so much of my money has gone into paying for fuel. I will not cry, but I readjusted my mentality. As of today, so many things we need to do, and that's what we are going to do come January. You have the biggest power. Every leader is looking backward to see a follower. A leader without a follower is an empty barrel. People are ready to be happy as long as they have people following them. So I want us to know that in future, our own future, life will not give you what you deserve. Life will give you what you demand until you adjust your leadership skill and be able to fashion your target in making a change. That is the only time we can have the required result. It may look difficult, but sacrifices must be made. My vote is crucial to me. You can't get my vote. Give me a bag of rice, 100,000 naira, I will collect, but you cannot get my vote. Thank you.
Just before you go, Prof, because you can say, give me a bag of rice and all of that, you know, but there are some people in our environment who are so impoverished that bag of rice, and I think some of our politicians also know this, so they kind of just, you know, capitalize on that. But let me follow up on what Dr. Arowo Jolu said. Is electricity a rock? Is it difficult for us to have 24-hour electricity with all the resources that we have in Nigeria?
Please, I want to answer that question with another question. Is it difficult for Nigerian debt to be written off? Listen, the knowledge we need, sir, to apply to get 24 hours electricity in Nigeria, the knowledge are in the brains of Nigerians. Leadership entails identifying those who have that knowledge, bring them together and find a solution. How did Redeem village or camp, how did they manage that? A study of that little cluster will enable us to handle the case of Kuto as an entity, enable us to go to the other section. Sir, I want you to know, President Obasanjo, they say I'm one of the disciples. I agree. But the point is this, he did not have the solution to IMF debt relief. He did not have it. He went and looked for Ogojo Iweala in IMF office. He went and looked for Soludo from Central Bank. He brought them with El Rufai. Those were the people that came. Ogojo Iweala was looking for international knowledge. He brought them together. So leadership is not knowing everything. Leadership is identifying the people that have information to solve the problem. So what Dr. Ogoye was saying is that don't keep quiet in your cluster. Make a mark, fill a gap. If you fill a gap, the government will begin to look for you. When you are filling the gap, other people are not filling the gap, there will be nothing to talk about. But when you fill your gap, I fill my gap, he fills his gap, he fills the gap, the government will come back to celebrate you.
All right, thank you very much. Now I can understand why Perspective Leadership Development Institute is partnering with Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute. Thank you very much, Prof. I think you have done. But while you were speaking, you can go. The delegates from Cameroon, because this program. Thank you very much, sir. Please let's put our hands together for Professor Adedeji Samuel Daramola. Now we have delegates from Ghana. We have from Cameroon. I saw the representative, the national coordinator for Cameroon, all the way from Cameroon. You were raising your hands. So, Prof, just come. Prof, come. Prof, I don't want to tempt you. I know that, but what's your perspective about leadership? What's your perspective about leadership? I'm going to give you the microphone because I saw that you were raising your hand there. You were pointing to something. What exactly did you want to say?
I think that my perspective on leadership is simple. Is that as a leader, we differ. Leadership is about people management. And every great leader must master the art of managing people. And we must understand that people are different. How are they different? They are different in passion. They are different in assignments. They are different in capacity. They are different in intelligence and endowments. Like our brother earlier said, is it difficult for Ogun State or Nigeria to have electricity? Leadership is viewed on different aspects. Those at the grassroots might think that electricity is a problem from his point of view. But there are diverse problems every community has. And a leader's job is to find actually which of the needs is a major priority and which needs can lead to solving another needs, because solving the needs have ripple effects. I think that one of the job of a leader is to know your strength and your ability to identify other strengths in the area of your weaknesses. If electricity is a problem, the job of a leader is to find those who have the ability in terms of skills, in terms of technical knowledge around the area of water, mind, energy supply, solar energy, and then bring them into a table, which is called like a cluster, to brainstorm on these needs and then find the possible way, and also to find the history of the problem, because a detailed feasibility study of that problem also will paint the reason why that problem has not been solved and what other contributions have been done and why did it fail. And so that approaching the problem with a level of awareness and find a new pathway to bring that solution is going to be the best. Therefore, a leader's ability is to rally gifts, gifted men, gifted women in the community, and to brainstorm on problem and then to find possible solutions and recommend them. So to my own perspective, we don't know it all as a leader, but we believe we have a quota of what we are passionate of and what we have as a problem, as an assignment, and when we meet on that table, we can contribute our personal quota. That individual contribution can lead to a collective contribution, and that can lead to a community build-up and a nation build-up and an institutional build-up. Why? The state build-up. Thank you so much, and I believe that we are doing something to contribute to the continent of Africa. Every wise leader must master the art of people management and know the difference between one person to another. I'm passionate about education. I'm passionate about solving the problem, like what our candidate for the PDP just did. Changing the mindset of people is one of the pathways of developing leaders. And I believe that if the mindset of people can change, therefore their direction can change and their energy can go towards that direction, and then determination will produce the result. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very, very much, Prof. That was a brilliant exposition there. We also want to take the perspective of leadership, and this is off the record now. While I was there, I was discussing with Dr. Segun Odegbami. I'm not calling you forward. I'm not inviting you to come. But I was just looking at his perspective of leadership, particularly with regards to this book, The Gravity of Leadership Failure. And one of the things he said here, which I really, apart from, all the things that he has said about the book, he said, as a corporate leader, reading this manuscript was an exercise in radical self-reflection. It forces you to look into the 360-degree mirror, confront your own structural blind spots, evaluate whether your firm's incentives are driving collaborative lift or toxic silo. Whether you are a CEO of a Fortune 500 company scaling through a hyper-growth event, a director navigating a complex regulatory landscape, or an administrative steward tasked with protecting a generational legacy, this book is your flight manual. That's from Dr. Segun Odegbami. Thank you very much. We have the General Executive Secretary of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Elder Apostle J. Adeaga. His Grace, just very few comments on leadership. Very, very brief, sir. Please, let's put our hands together for Baba as he comes.
Your Excellency, the Prof. The first thing I want everybody to know is that you must have fear of God. When you have fear of God, you will be able to do things accordingly. Look at what our Honorable has done this morning. With fear of God, he donated and he said they should distribute the books to everybody. You must be emotionally stable as a leader. You must be psychologically okay. You must be socially oriented, and at the same time, you must be a cheerful giver. I want to challenge all of us. If you are not a cheerful giver, no matter how you are at the point of affairs, if you cannot give to poor, if you cannot give to people, why are you there? You must have the fear of God, be diligent, be versatile, be knowledgeable, be sincere. You must be at equilibrium price, and at the same time, you must be able to locate equidistant angle for everybody so that you can balance the situation in the country. I want to challenge all of us, whenever we get to the top, to the echelon of our career, let us be a cheerful giver with fear of God and do things accordingly. Don't cheat people, don't disgrace people, do things with a sense of humility and be acceptable to people. Be interactive with people, be tolerant, be humorous, be sympathetic, and also be empathetic. If you are a sympathetic leader or empathetic leader, you will be able to carry people along. And what they have written inside this particular book, you will be able to execute it. I declare you and I pray for all of us that God will give us fear of God to disseminate our activities according to the will of God.
All right, that's the perspective from the religious angle. Now, elders, His Grace, I want to, because when you are talking about fear of God, because this environment is a wide environment. How do you apply the fear of God, or what is your definition of the fear of God? When you say everybody should lead with the fear of God, what do you mean by the fear of God? But before that, we have a number of people joining us on Zoom. We'd like to just speak to you, those of us joining us on Zoom who have been part of this whole experience from outside the country. This is Leadership Empowerment International Conference. We are still very on the program. We want to thank you for being part of that experience all along. And we were almost bringing everything to a close, but we are expecting His Excellency any moment from now to join us. And then once Baba comes in, we'll take the final address, and then we'll bring this program to a close. But on behalf of the President, Perspective Leadership Development Institute, we want to celebrate your presence, we want to celebrate your patience, we want to celebrate your interaction. Those of us on Zoom particularly who are hearing my voice now, thank you very much. Stay with us. We will soon get, any moment from now, you will see His Excellency Baba Olusegun Obasanjo. But now, so sir, like I was saying, what is your definition of the fear of? Because the fear of God can just be anything. What exactly, when you say do it with the fear of God, what do you mean with the fear of God?
Thank you, our moderator. When we are talking about the fear of God, everybody always take oath of office when you get a particular position. By the time you are taking the oath of office, you must be able to understand the philosophy of what you have said. The fear of God is that do to people what you want people to do unto you, and at the same time do things accordingly. If you are going to disseminate information or you want to share anything to people, make sure you are transparent, and at the same time you are a man of honor, a man of grace, and at the same time believe in what you are doing. I don't want to emphasize, but I will emphasize. The fear of God is that whatever that comes to you, when you are going to distribute it, make sure you do it and you distribute it accordingly. Take care of poor people, the aged, those people who are underprivileged, those people who are in prison, those people who are not recognized at all. I will tell you one thing today. There is a man, he went somewhere and he saw a man looking for a job, and he took the person to that place and they gave him a job. He did not know that the person he took was the son of his brother who died almost 25 years ago. You see, when we are saying this thing, you must make sure whatever comes to you as a man of God or as somebody who is privileged to be at the top of affairs, you must do things accordingly. Make sure you celebrate the nation and you believe in Nigeria. I want to challenge all of us, don't curse this nation again. Nigeria is one of the most wonderful nations in the continent. Pray for Nigeria and believe in Nigeria. Do things accordingly, and I believe by the special grace of God we will get to where we are going. May God bless us in Jesus' name. Collect this microphone with fear of God.
All right, thank you very much. You know, when it comes to, you know, one of the things I also found out while I was discussing with Dr. Degbami there, he was talking particularly about the fact that leadership, leadership is not just something you talk about casually. Leadership is serious business. Leadership is serious work. And as many of us that, are in different positions of leadership, until we recognize the fact that, we have a vantage position to lead and then set the right examples, we will not be making the right impact. I can see SKP, the chairman, I used to be the chairman of CPRC in Ogun State, Venerable, please come. I just want to take your perspective. You've served at different times in the, they say police is our friend, and you are a police community relations chairman for Ogun State. How do we relate, the impact of leadership within that structure, and then we get the right results?
Thank you very much. I strongly believe that the more we continue to talk about leaders without actually talking about followers, we might just be getting it wrong. Because it is from the followership that leaders emerge. And if followers are not... Okay, let me take an example. Nigeria has gotten independence from 1960 till 2026 now. Which, at what point in time have we as Nigerians ever praised our leaders? Which of our leaders have we ever as a country say why they are there and why they are working and say they have done for us? We are always complaining. Nigerians are always complaining. If a government will come today and say rice will become 20 naira, Nigerians will tell you, why not make it 5 naira? And so I believe that the perspective of followership has to change. We need to know what we want. Nigerians do not really know what we want, and that is a problem. If we do not really know what we want, we cannot make our leaders to be accountable to us. We are the one that will come here and will speak big grammar, and at the end of the day, by January or February, we will also be the one that will collect 20 naira, 50 naira, 1,000 naira and vote the wrong candidate. So I believe that the issue has to do with us as followers. If the followers are able to get it right, then we will be able to bring out leaders from those followers that will be able to do things that are acceptable to us. If the followers are not in tandem with the reality on ground, then we'll continue to bring out leaders years after years. Every 4 years, we'll bring them up. We'll complain after it. And lastly, I think there needs to be a distinction between politics and governance. Between politics and governance. If we have elected a leader for 4 years, I think we should allow those people, at least for 3 years, we should allow them to govern, and then use the last 1 year for politics. But in Nigeria, politicking begins on the day of swearing in our leaders, and most of the time we distract them, and we will not allow them to do what is right by us. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. But I have a little disagreement with you, sir. Don't go, because when you are always putting the blame on followership, I don't believe that. I think we need to let our leaders also know that they have a problem.
Who are our leaders?
You don't know.
The same people that we voted.
Or did you vote for them?
I voted now.
Are you sure it was your vote? It was your vote that counted.
I've always been voting. But I believe that if the followers are still collecting bribe, if the followers are still collecting palliative, and we are bringing up the wrong leaders, we will continue to have that cycle. But by the time that the followers will stand up and say, there must be an end to this, then we all rise up and do what is right by bringing out the right leaders at the right time.
And this is where the problem really is. The leaders know this. Have you ever wondered why electricity has not worked with all the money that we have, while health infrastructure is not functioning, while education is not? It's not that the funds are not there, but it looks like the leaders know that the moment the people begin to get these things, that's why in UK, US, some of the prayers that we pray, I was in a program one time, and the prophet came, and he was saying, if you want to go to America, and then he was, meanwhile, the guys he was speaking to are people who, even if he wants permission to get to US, if he wants to get his visa today, they will write him a letter to the embassy. He was, that gimmick can work where people are not well informed or people don't have capacity. So our leaders, it looks like they just want to keep the people undereducated, in proper pain, so that they would not be able to think properly, and then that is why the piece of the bag of rice that they give becomes something. Or you've not heard about that?
Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n ní ẹni tó máa daṣọ fún ni tọrùn ẹ̀ la kọ́kọ́ wò. Before we put every leader will have an antecedent. Every leader must have an antecedent. If as a councillor you cannot do it right by the people, if you become a president, you will still not do it right. And that is why we say we look to the Omoluabi ethos has to be there. Ẹni tó wà ẹni tá fẹ́ gbé sí ipò tá ò mọ̀, tá ò ríṣẹ́ rí, tá ò mọ̀ bí tó ti wá, tá ò mọ̀ bí tó ń lọ, àdẹ̀dẹ̀ because wọ́n ti dé, I will put them there. Ẹja ẹni tí Yorùbá ń believe pé ẹnikẹ́ni tá bá máa fi sípò ẹ jẹ́ kó jẹ́ ẹni tó ní okùn lọ́rùn tí a lè fà. Ẹ jẹ́ kó jẹ́ ẹni tó ní okùn lọ́rùn tí a lè fà.
Okay. Well, I think in this platform, I want to thank our distinguished guest of honor. At least what he demonstrates for once, he has given books for everybody here, not just to excite us, but to get us to think intelligently. And that is to tell you, you have to think properly and make your decisions right. At this juncture, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the owner of the car, black color under CRV SMK 177KQ, should go and repack. It's a black color under CRV. In case you don't know the number, it's just black, it's under CRV. The number SMK 177KQ. And then a Benz Jeep black, KSF 627KU. Is another Hyundai Y color, KTU 09FN. There is a short presentation, D-Way Natural Healthcare Services. We'd like to invite the CEO of D-Way, Apostle Dr. Joshua Adedeji. Apostle Adedeji, please, I'd like you to come very quickly. Apostle Adedeji, please.
I want to prepare Professor Daramola and possibly our elder brother, Mathematica Shegun Odegbame, to please help us to receive Baba. He's on the way, coming. Baba of Africa, the information to reach me, what if Bo, to Kaomo, and about 3% of people, but it's free. The P has called that is on his way. About 3 minutes ago, somebody called me in 10 minutes' time. So, Prof, Mathematica, Seriki Fulani, Kado, that's Dr. Omar. You also help us join to receive Baba. And Your Excellency, the Governor, your father is on his way, is coming. So, and I think it is right that you personally receive your father. All right. So, distinguished personalities that will receive Baba, please get prepared as he's on the way. He's on his way.
All right, in place we have a presentation, Apostle Bateye, sir. Professor Bateye. Okay. Permit me to recognize a former commissioner in Ogun State, Okanlomo Leko Tejosho. Sir, we sincerely apologize. We didn't know that you've been seated there all alone. He carried, okay, Baba is coming now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We can see the convoy, we see the movement on the road, across the road. So, everybody should be on standby. Thank you very much for being part of this experience. We want to thank you so much. The vehicle is already going to turn. They will be here any moment from now. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the man that we have been waiting for, the president, the former president and commander-in-chief of Nigeria's armed forces, is just about entering this building. For those of you who didn't think he was going to come, please, I'd like everybody to sit down. Any moment from now, we're going to have light in this hall. The former president and commander-in-chief of Nigeria's armed forces, ladies and gentlemen, welcome His Excellency, the former President and Commander-in-Chief of Nigeria's Armed Forces, Obombodu Anlugbo II, the Balogun and Prime Minister of Owu Kingdom, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Aremu Okikiola Obasanjo, PhD, GCFR. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome and celebrate this Baba of the universe. We also welcome the gubernatorial candidate of the People's Democratic Party in Ogun State, Honorable Dr. Oladipupo Adebutu. We are glad to have in the house the PDP State Chairman, Dr. Abayo Mitala. We also welcome the PDP State Women Leader, Dame Titilola Odedele. We welcome Dr. We also welcome the Secretary of the PDP's Elder Council, Prince Lekon Tejuosho, and all the other members, of course, the DG of Ladi Adebutu Campaign Organization, Dr. Kainde Shogule. Can we have the music down now? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, let's put our hands together. Of course, the Bada of Owu Kingdom, a foremost industrialist, bank, executive, economist par excellence, High Chief Engineer Toyi Joko Senumi. We want to welcome you. We want to thank God that you are here. Please, let's put our hands together. Baba, we know it's been a very long day, and we are not going to waste your time. But there's a flower that you have never been given when people talk about you and when they talk about what you have done. And I want to give you that flower today because it is one perspective of your life that when people talk about what you have done and what you continue to do, they never mention it. And that is the fact that during your tenure as military president in Nigeria, Nigeria had one of the finest foreign policy direction in the whole of Africa. And up till today, I'm not sure. I thought we have a big round of applause for that. And up till today, I'm not sure whether we have had any foreign policy direction of government that can, overpass what you have done. I remember vividly the impact you took during the imbroglio with apartheid. In 1977, under General Naval Garba, Nigeria hosted the World Conference Against Apartheid, and Nigeria played a yeoman's role. Mr. President, your flowers today for the things you have done and for the things that you continue to do. So, we have just 2 assignments before we bring you on very quickly. We have the medical savers who have come all the way from Abuja to be a part of this. They do a lot of intervention, medical intervention, and we have here the head of that unit, the Serikin Fulani of Kano, the man Dr. Kamar Umar. We want to bring Dr. Mustafa on. Dr. Kamar Umar is here, and we want to celebrate him. Dr. Mustafa, very brief remarks about the organization very quickly before we go to the formal decoration of the distinguished guest of honor.
Your Excellency, the Baba of the nation and indeed Baba of Africa, the former President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the President of this Noble Institute, Professor Olusesi, the governorship aspirant of the People's Democratic Party here present, and all other distinguished personalities. My principal and CEO of Vision Savers, Dr. Kamal Disaikin Fulani of KRA, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from Vision Savers Eye Care Limited. Vision Savers Eye Care Center or Limited is a non-governmental organization that is into eye care. We have more than 2 decades of experience in vision and vision-related problems. As you can just see, this is just one of several medical missions or outreaches conducted by this organization. Vision is something that we take for granted until we start to lose it. Statistics of our vision and vision impairment are alarming globally, regionally, and here with us in Nigeria. Statistics have shown that over 4.2 million people are blind in Nigeria, and over 20 million have moderate to severe visual impairment. Interestingly, 80% of this is treatable or preventable. And cataract and glaucoma account for over 60% of these problems. So Vision Savers is an organization that partners with well-meaning individuals to bring hope. We are not just restoring sights, we are restoring independence, we are restoring dignity, and we are restoring hope to millions of Nigerians. So this organization is ready to partner with any meaningful organizations or individuals who will support free medical missions for their own community. We want to appreciate specifically Prof. Olisheshi. He has so much passion for humanity. My little interaction with him has given me a lot of insight about who this noble professor is. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mustafa, from Vision Savers. Of course, His Highness Dr. Kamaru Umar Serkin Fulani of Karaye Kano is the CEO. At this juncture, we just bring Baba up straight. It's my joy to invite Engineer Toyi Joko Senumi, the Bada himself, to formally bring Baba up.
Praise the Lord. At this time, I have a very simple assignment, just to bring His Excellency to the front of the hall so that we can benefit from his wealth of experiences. Baba is going to talk about the gravity of leadership failures and corrections that we need to adopt. Baba is full of everything. I don't need to introduce him to you. He's well known. He's our father. I ask all of you, I crave the indulgence of the excellencies in the house, that all of us should please be upstanding as we welcome His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, and the former President of Nigeria, the Baba, I hope you did not break the rules again. But I hand over to Daddy. Daddy, you are most welcome.
Please, I want you to sit down. Please sit down. Let me begin by apologizing for keeping you waiting. It is just because I have too many things to attend to. I've had 3 interviews that I have to attend to today before coming here. But maybe it's a good thing that I allow you to have those who have spoken before me, so that I will not have to speak too much. But the theme that we are making the object of that we are making the object of our discussion, our deliberation, our conversation here today is very, very important. If anybody asked me, what is the most important factor? What is the most important issue? What is the most important element that makes the difference between success and failure in any human organization? The answer is leadership. You find two institutions or two organizations that are very similar, and one is doing well, the other is not doing too well. The difference is in leadership. You even find, as I do travel, you travel in one airline, the same aircraft make, and another airline, the same aeroplane make, and one airline is doing well, it's more comfortable, and inside the aircraft, the difference is leadership. Now, where things are working well, that you will call success of leadership, or leadership that has succeeded. Now, when leadership does not succeed, it's failure. And when you have failure in leadership, then nothing holds. You have two countries. They are occupied by the same sort of people. The land is the same, but then one country is making progress. Another country, or the other country, is not making as much progress. So, leadership failure lead to failure of whatever you have as the human institution. A nation, the leadership failure will mean that the nation is not making progress as it should. A family, the leadership failure in the family means that the family is not making progress as it should. Any human institution, any human organization, leadership failure means great calamity. And in these type of things, I thought we should look at a situation where there is leadership failure, and let us look into the Bible. We have Abel and Cain. The same parents, the same background, Abel succeeded because of good leadership. Cain failed because of bad leadership. And then what happened? Cain, instead of correcting himself and trying to improve on himself, which should be what should be done, when your leadership is not achieving the purpose that is meant to achieve, then you have to make correction. But invariably, human beings don't make correction. They do things that are worse than making correction. And you know the case of Cain. Rather than make correction and improve himself for next time, no, he killed his own brother. So the failure of his leadership did not even stop at God not accepting his sacrifice. It made him to commit worse crime. And he introduced murder into the world. That is one. But let's see leadership where it failed, but where the correction was made. David. David had everything. As a king, he had everything. But his leadership failed when he committed adultery. He did not only commit adultery, he committed murder in addition. But he made correction. He made correction. And his correction was that he realized that he has sinned. And he went to God and atoned for his sin. And when you look at the totality of David's life, there are 10 commandments that Moses got from God. 10 commandments. David broke 8 of them. 8. out of 10 commandments. That's total failure. That's total failure. But then, the good thing about David, he never committed the same sin twice. Never. So what do we do? What do we do? Because for as long as you are active, you are likely to make mistakes. As long as you are active as a leader, you are likely to do things wrong. But what is very, very important is to make sure that when you do wrong, you appreciate that you have done wrong. And then you atone and make correction. You atone and make correction. Cain that we talked about earlier, if he has atoned and made correction, he would not have killed Abel. He would have gone to God and say, hey, I have not given you what you deserve. Now I will give you what you deserve. He didn't do that. So when we make mistakes as leader or as even human being, the first thing we have to do is acknowledge that we have made mistake. Acknowledge that we have gone wrong. And then go back to make correction. David made correction in every case. And when you read the Psalms written by David, you will see that at every stage, and you hear, you find in the Psalm, he made appeal to God for forgiveness. That is the first thing. Ask for forgiveness for where you have failed. Because when you fail, it means that you have disappointed human beings and you have also disappointed God. When you fail, you have disappointed human beings and you have also disappointed God. And when you disappoint human beings, first thing, apologize. First thing, show regret. First thing, show remorse. And then put in correction. Do what you should have done that you have not done, and do it correctly. In our own situation, whether at home, whether in the church of God, whether in politics or in the private sector, wherever we may find ourselves, failing in our leadership responsibility, failing to do what we should do or what we should have done, don't just let us shrug it off. The first responsibility is admit. Admit that you have done what you should not have done, or you have left undone what you should have done. And then, where you need to apologize, apologize. Where you need to show remorse, show remorse. Where you need to beg, beg. And then do the right thing. Do the right thing. Failure of leadership is what makes failure of any human institution at any level, at the family level, at the corporate level, small, big, or medium, at the national level, state, local government, whatever, at even international level, failure of leadership makes the difference. And some people will say, yes, we have done it. If you have done it, and you have done it wrongly, then you haven't done it well. Some people even don't realize that what they are doing is hurting other people. If I say that, yes, since I was born, Nigeria has been poor. If I am put in position not to make Nigeria poor, and all I can say is that since I was born, Nigeria has been poor, I wonder what I'm saying to Nigerians. I wonder whether I am saying that my failure as a leader is justified. I wonder what I am saying to people wherever they may be. Because if you are a leader, you are put there by God and by people to do what is right. And your failure to do what is right is a sin against God and against the people that you are supposed to be looking after. That goes without saying. And for me, leadership is a responsibility that we cannot afford to toy with. If you cannot carry out the responsibility of leadership, then don't accept. If you accept, then do it as it should be done. If you fail, then you have yourself to blame and you will pay for it. That is the note on which I want to end. Don't think that you will do it and get away. If you fail where you should not fail, and you do not make adjustment, correction, you will pay for it. I always say justice does not end here on earth. It begins here. Justice does not end here on earth. It begins here and it ends there. The Bible is replete with what it means to have justice here on earth and there. Remember the story of Lazarus. Yes. If you think you do it here and you get away with it, remember, there is the day of judgment. And the day of judgment, you will pay for it. You are not going to get scot-free for your failure in leadership unless you make correction and you make atonement. I have a book here which I wrote which I call the art of leading. And I took a number of leaders in the Bible from God himself, who said, let us create. If God said, let us create, obviously, there are other people. And so it's showing what leadership responsibility is. Let us. And then you have people like Abraham. You have people like Moses. You have people like Joseph. You have people like David that I've mentioned. And you have people like Paul. I even wrote on people who failed, like Samson. And we can see Samson failed woefully because the power that God gave him, he did not use it for the purpose that God wanted him to use it for. But before he died, he atoned, and God made him to achieve what he has set him to come to achieve. But let us remember, leadership failure has grave responsibility, grave effect on those who you have been appointed to lead and you have failed to do what is right. It also has gravity, it has gravity for you here on earth and in the world to come. My prayer is that we as leaders, at whatever level and in whatever capacity, may be able to live to the responsibility that it devolves on us as leaders. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Your Excellency. I wouldn't know how much time you have, but one or two questions before you leave, and then we'll let you go, sir. The first question, we have just one or two questions, sir, and then we have a decoration. Immediately after that, we will let you go, Your Excellency. The first question, somebody was raising his hands there. Okay. Now, okay. Maybe I ask my own question, sir, and that will be the only question because I can't see the person who was raising his hands before. And this aspect where you talked about the fact that you looked at a number of people and how they corrected themselves in the process, how David corrected himself, how David was able to make amends. You also mentioned, but within the Nigerian context, how is it possible for a leader to correct himself? Is it really, how easy or how possible is it for a leader who has fumbled or who has been seen to fail? How can he possibly or probably correct himself? No, you can sit down there, so I'll bring the microphone to you.
There's this saying in Yoruba, ẹni tí ò dá mà kó ń ò dá, ó ń wẹ́ ẹni tó máa sọ fún ni, and that is the truth. Let me give you, I will come to answer your question. Let me give you an example. Somebody, I won't mention him, he was Minister for Communication. And he came to me and I said, you know, what you did when you were Minister for Communication, I didn't like it. And because of that, you know, I cannot see you as my friend. And he said to me, if you had been my president, I wouldn't have done it. If you had been my president, I wouldn't have done it.
Yes, sir.
So he knew that what he had done was bad, and he did it on purpose. And in fact, he did it because he had the laxity to be able to do it. And if his leader had been different, he would not have done it. And many people who do wrong things know that what they are doing is wrong. Again, let me give you another example. When I was military head of state, the Nigerian Airways was very bad, was being badly run. The Nigerian Airways was being badly run. And I had a captain who was piloting my presidential plane. His name was Paul Tahal. Paul was a decent man, very good man. And one day I said to myself, why should I have Paul, such a good man, just piloting me? Why don't I put him to run the Nigerian Airways? So I took Paul. I said, Paul, leave piloting me. Go and run Nigeria Airways. Paul has never been trained as an airline manager. He's been trained as a pilot. So every other day, I will phone and say, Paul, how is it going? He said, oh, it's going on, just for me to know. So one day I phoned him, and Paul said, oh, I feel like committing suicide. I said, what? No. Paul, what has happened? Now, I didn't put you in that place to commit suicide. What has happened? Now, what then has happened is this. Nigeria Airways then used to have somebody coming from KLM every 6 months for 1 week to look at what Nigeria Airways was doing. And this man came, and what did he find? He looked at the timetable that Paul had prepared for the flights from Lagos to Enugu, from Lagos to Kaduna, and all that, Lagos to London. And when this man looked at and it took Paul 2 nights, 2 sleepless nights, working on that timetable. When this man from KLM came and looked at the timetable, he just flunked it. And Paul, that was why Paul felt like committing suicide. That what he had done, this man threw it away. And then the man said to him, simple thing. He said, look, you have your airline going from Lagos to Kaduna. On Monday, it leaves back in Lagos at 7 a.m. On Tuesday, it leaves at 9 a.m. On Wednesday, it leaves at 8 a.m. And he said, wouldn't it have been better if every day you work it out so that your aircraft, your flight, Lagos to Kaduna, can be 7 a.m. except Sunday. He said your customers it will be easier for them to know and all that. And Paul realized that, yes, and Paul felt bad in himself. So I say there are mistakes of omission and mistakes of commission. Now, that mistake that Paul made is mistake of omission because he knows no better. And most of the mistakes that our people make are mistakes of commission because they want something for themselves, they want something for their kith and kin, they want something for their village, they want something, so they do what they should not have done. So that's the failure. That's failure, or fail to do what they should have done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I'd like to invite all the members of the faculty to the platform now. Sir, in recognition of your intention to raise leaders and your activities in that dimension, we recognize your input for Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute. At the Perspective Leadership Development Institute, we always seek out people who have demonstrated tremendous impact, and we try to, as much as possible, recognize them. The President, Perspective Leadership Development Institute, has got some presentations to make, and then we have the formal decoration of the distinguished guests that we have in the house today. But now, very quickly, please let's put our hands together for the President, Perspective Leadership Development Institute, Professor Olusegun Obateye.
Please quickly, we need to expedite action what we are doing. Baba has limited time. So in that wise, I've told him that we have some presentations to make, and he will wait. One, I want to present my sister, Aburomi. I've told you, Iyabo Olushola Obasanjo, right? So we have a word of recognition for her. I know why she's not here. Olusegun Obateye is a principal member of Iyanewura Foundation. And by that implication, anywhere you see Iyabo Olushola Obasanjo, you see Olusegun Obateye there. That's key, right? And for that reason, wherever the lady goes, I go with her. I think I'm speaking a message. Please call me Dagoro. Dagoro is the Deputy Director General of campaign responsible for mobilization. So let's come and receive the recognition award. As I call my big brother, the mathematical Olusegun Odegbami, to come and present the award. You can move this a little bit for me, please.
This award is proudly presented to Senator Professor Iyabo Olushola Obasanjo in due recognition of your service to humanity We honor and sincerely appreciate all your invaluable contribution towards the Priesthood Leadership Development Initiative. We are deeply grateful. Given this day, 15th August 2026. Congratulations.
Hello. Hello, listen please. We have another presentation. I told our father, when the governor entered this place, I told him some things, and I told him, Your Excellency, Governor Ladi Adebutu, I said, we are sending a message to Baba Kesinti Adebukola Adebutu, the Odole of Odua, sir, that we are sending a message to him, and that he will present it to him, that his children are here. Can you celebrate? Can you clap for God? So, I want to call personally the governor to come up and receive this recognition award for Baba Agba Kesinti Adebutu, Your Excellency. Bada.
Congratulations, His Excellency. This award Life Achievement Award for the entire Interest Leadership Parliamentary. The presenting to this Odele of Odu Chief Sir Kashim Adebutu, in due recognize of you service to the humanity. We honor, sincerely appreciate all your involvement, contribution toward that, to priesthood, leadership, development, entertainment. We are here to deeply grateful to give you this days, 15 August 2026.
Okay, it's all right, thank you. Okay, sir. Honorable is staying put as we decorate him for his doctoral award. Yes. Decorate him right away.
Okay.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, right here this afternoon is Honorable Dr. Oladipupo Adebutu, KJW, FCPA, who holds an unprecedented legacy of service and leadership as a seasoned politician from Ogun State. He is currently the Ogun State gubernatorial candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the state. He began his primary education at International Day Nursery School, Yaba, and went on to further his education at St. Saviour's Primary School, Ebutemeta, and Igbobi College, where he obtained his West African School Certificate in 1978. He completed his educational career in Ireland, where he obtained his living certificate and then the National Diploma in Analytical Chemistry in 1984. In 2015, through his consistency and unbridled commitment to impact his generation, Honorable Ladia Adebutu was elected into the National Assembly and served under the platform of the People's Democratic Party. He is a recipient of several honorary awards within and outside Nigeria and also serves as on the board of several corporations. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Dr. Oladipupo Adebutu.
I hereby extend my personal gratitude and the gratitude of the Adebutu family to this honor bestowed us today in the recognition of work done already. However, this conferment today indicates that there's still more work to be done, and hereby pledge that we will continue to put all our effort and all our strength and abilities to further improve leadership for humanity. Thank you very much.
Faculty, please, faculty. Let's
All right. We have a short presentation also from Dewey quickly to Sir, we have a short presentation here. Okay. Presentation. Ẹ jẹ́ kọ́kàn ṣe mẹ́rin nọ́mbà block party. Ẹni ìgbọ́fẹ́ bàbá Ọbásanjọ́ kọ́ bàbá sílẹ̀ náà.
Okay, sir. Yes.
How are you? Jẹ́ kí n wo ẹni tó bá wa ṣe connection lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn kó kàn bá wa gbé lọ lókè. Pé fún gáà ìlú pọ̀ sí. Wọ́n fẹ́ gbé kíkì sí bàbá. Ṣé ìwé ló ń ṣe òun ọjọ́ tèlé? Hello. Please, we'd like to invite Soviol Oluwaranti Elizabeth Lemboye, please, to come and take a appreciation award. Okay. Soviol Lemboye, please. All right, Mama Lemboye, this appreciation award is proudly presented in due recognition of your service to humanity. We honor and sincerely appreciate all your invaluable contribution towards the Priesthood Leadership Development Initiative. We are deeply grateful, given this day, 15th August 2026. Congratulations, ma.
ó ti ṣeré lọ Kàlàbá. Olúwọlé babaláwo tí wọ́n gbójúlé ó ti ṣeré lọ Sápẹ́lẹ́. Oníṣègùn tí wọ́n fẹ̀yìntì ó ti ṣeré lọ Sàlábà. Ìwọ olóògùn o babaláwo má pa ẹ́ ìwọ olóògùn olọ́lọ́run ọba o. Mi ronú wọlé àti àjàrà lọ́la tí wọ́n lójú wọn lọ báwọn lójú ẹ lọ tí wọ́n lójú wọn lọ báwọn lójú ẹ lọ ó dìgbà náà àwọn kan ló bá fọ́ ṣe Olúwọlé. Mr. Ọ̀dọ̀fin bẹ́ẹ̀ lómi ọlọ́lá. Mr. Ọ̀dọ̀fin bẹ́ẹ̀ lómi ọlọ́lá. Olúwọlé ti bẹ́ẹ̀ lómi Ọ̀dọ̀fin bẹ́ẹ̀ lóyìn o. Mr. Ọ̀dọ̀fin bẹ́ẹ̀ lómi ọlọ́lá. Ọkọ̀ Abíọ́lá bàbá rẹ̀ mi lẹ́kún mi oyin rẹ̀. Mr. Ọ̀dọ̀fin bẹ́ẹ̀ lómi ọlọ́lá. Bàbá ronú ẹ̀ tó yìn bàbá ọ̀la wálé. Mr. Ọ̀dọ̀fin bẹ́ẹ̀ lómi ọlọ́lá. Bàbára bá yọ mi o, Mr. Bello. Mr. Ọ̀dọ̀fin Bello ọlọ́lá. Mr. Ọ̀dọ̀fin Bello ọlọ́lá. Mr. Ọ̀dọ̀fin Bello ọlọ́lá. Onítèmi nàjàjà ń dilé lọ́lọ́lá. Àyànfẹ́ o mo bá ròde sani ó ṣe wù mí mo bá ròde. Àyànfẹ́ o mo bá ròde sani ti ṣe wù mí mo bá ròde. Sani ṣe wù mí nàjàjà lọ́lọ́lá ló jẹ́ gbajúmọ̀ mi ò bó ṣe. Àyànfẹ́ o mo bá ròde sani ó ṣe wù mí mo bá ròde. Àyànfẹ́ o mo bá ròde sani ti ṣe wù mo bá ròde. Sani ṣe wù mí làjàjà rọmọ lọ́la. Àwọn tó ń dìtẹ̀ sí ẹ àwọn tó ń bínú sí ẹ ó yẹ ká fi gún wọn lójú ó yẹ ká fi kàn wọ́n lára ó yẹ ká sọ sí wọn létí ó yẹ ká fi yé wọn yéké bínú ṣeun ọmọ lọ́lá aṣọ pẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ̀ka pẹ̀rẹ̀ o. wọ́n bínú orí wọn lé kádàrá òfò kiri máa ní aṣọ pẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ̀ka pẹ̀rẹ̀ o.
ọ̀run sọ̀kalẹ̀ ọlọ́run àánú kánà.
ó dúpẹ́ bàbá o mo pọ́wọ́ bàbá o
ọ̀túndà.
ó dúpẹ́ bàbá o mo pọ́wọ́ bàbá o.
lè ṣọ́ níbẹ̀.
ó dúpẹ́ bàbá o mo pọ́wọ́ bàbá o.
Pariwo sókè.
ọdún ìdásílẹ̀ ti dé padà ẹlẹ́ṣẹ̀ padà. ọdún ìdásílẹ̀ ti dé padà ẹlẹ́ṣẹ̀ padà.
ọlọ́run ẹ̀mí. thank you. ó ní sọ́ọ̀nù.
ọpẹ́ ìrere ìyọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀fẹ́.
wọ́n láti lẹ̀ wá.
àgbáyé lọ́wọ́ ayé.
wọ́n láti inú wá.
ẹwà wájú Jésù.
ọlọ́run o.
ọdún ìdásílẹ̀ ti dé padà ẹlẹ́ṣẹ̀ padà. ọdún ìdásílẹ̀ ti dé padà ẹlẹ́ṣẹ̀ padà. mo mọ̀ kó tún lè ṣe
yóò ṣe jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ.
ju ti ìgbàanì lọ.
amẹ̀dá ṣẹ̀dá ni.
mo mọ̀ kó tún lè ṣe ju ti ìgbàanì lọ. owó lé ikú wo owó lé àìsàn panlẹ̀ ṣé ni bàbá wọlé ikú wo bàbá mi tún wọlé àìsàn panlẹ̀. mo mọ̀ kó tún lè ṣe ju ti